Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you so much for being here today. I'd like to ask everybody in the coffee hall area to please join us in the conference room as we are about to start with the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022 on its 4th edition. Everybody out there right now, if you guys can hear me, please come over to the conference room as we're about to kick things off. Thank you very much. So it's an early yet an exciting start for everybody. I've been here since 9 o'clock in the morning, and I've seen a lot of familiar faces. Last night we were at EcoX. I'm one of the members of EcoX Dubai. I'm sure some of you guys have been to EcoX, and I'm very excited to see all of these amazing people here today for the 4th edition of the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022. We have an exciting lineup of speakers, panel discussions, awards, CEOs, startups, directors, change makers from all over the world coming together to share their knowledge and experiences right here today. But before we kick things off, I want to send a special thanks to the organizers behind the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022 Vertex event. And I want to say thank you to the man behind the show, Pushkinagha. Can we give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Pushkinagha, thank you so much for putting this together. It's absolutely amazing. And I want to also thank our incredible sponsors who made this happen. All their contributions made this event successful. The founder of Majestic Coin USA, Solomon Mwaba, who's going to be speaking a little bit later on. Thank you so much for your help. Gather Network, Raghav Fraji Jirath, the people from Payfoot, especially Thibault Verbist, and last but not least, Akar Chair Waqas Nahwa. Thank you so much, guys, for all your incredible work in making this event come to life. So the next couple of weeks are going to be quite hectic for Dubai in terms of blockchain conferences, events, and summits. There's like over, I don't know, like 30, 40 events happening. And this is just one of so many of them. And I'm sure you guys could agree with me, especially if you've been in Dubai over the past couple of years. I was born and raised here. And especially in the last 2 years, I've seen an incredible growth of the blockchain industry. A lot of entrepreneurs and, major corporations from all over the world have made Dubai their home and have built an infrastructure here to build an incredible ecosystem of talented individuals like yourselves to connect with one another and grow the future and use blockchain as technology to make the world a better place. I was last week at a meeting with a startup, young guys from Latin America who just started, without naming a specific company, who just started their company. They shifted from Latin America to Dubai to make this their home and their headquarters. And they've hired like literally 100 people coming from all over the world to make Dubai their home. And the way that Dubai handled the situation with the pandemic and COVID has been absolutely incredible. There's a lot of opportunities over here that is yet to be discovered by all of us. And it's just beautiful to see everybody coming together under one roof to utilize these opportunities. So I'm going to be your host for the next 2 days. We've got an exciting lineup, as I mentioned earlier. We have a lot of incredible guests who are coming up on stage, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing what these guys have to say. So halfway through the conference, we're going to take a break for lunch if you want to grab a bite for prayer. In the meantime, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me, any of the team members from Vertex. We will be more than happy to assist you. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce our first guest up on stage. He is the chairman of the board of the private office, Sheikh Saqr bin Muhammad Al Qasim. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to His Excellency Adnan Al-Noorani.
In the name of God, ladies and gentlemen, we are opening Blockchain Dubai International Summit, the 4th edition, to gather in this beautiful land to share our knowledge and ideas and experience. The beautiful land is a hub of innovation, hub of multicultural, hub of multinationality, and hub of multi-religion. The beautiful country is the country of miracles. The beautiful land is the country of tolerance. Ladies and gentlemen, this beautiful land is United Arab Emirates. Thanks to our leaders and all the great people that they make this country a great. God bless everyone. Thank you.
Your Excellency, if you can please join us on stage as we're going to present some awards, if you don't mind, just to help us. Thank you so much. As His Excellency Adnan said, you know, Dubai and the UAE overall has become a land of opportunities. You know, the cultures, the variety of nationalities coming under one roof and sharing their knowledge and experiences is just absolutely fascinating and inspiring. So we have a couple of awards that we would like to present to few people, few corporations who have you know, excelled in the business of a blockchain. And I would like our distinguished guests to hand over these awards. We're going to start off with the Managing Director. The first award tonight at the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022 is going to be handed out to the Managing Director of First Abu Dhabi Bank, Muhammad Al Ali. Thank you so much, Mr. Muhammad Al Ali. The second award for this morning is going to be handed over to one of our great contributors for the success of the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022, the founder of Majestic Coin USA. This award is the Blockchain of the Year award. Is going to be handed out to Solomon Mwamba. Next award at the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022 is going to go to the incredible team at Gather Network. This is the Startup of the Year Award 2022, and it's going to be handed out to Raghaf Raji Jirath. So Thibault. So earlier, Majestic Coin USA won Blockchain of the Year Award. However, right now, we want to award Entrepreneur of the Year. As a matter of fact, this is first. Before we get into that, Solomon, we're going to award Real Estate Startup of the Year. Real Estate Startup of the Year Award. And this is going to go to President and Founder of Business Gate. We have two more awards to give out this morning. The next one is going to be given to the founder of High Zone FZ. Congratulations. And associated technologies. You know, we're going to be talking about DeFi, as you can tell here on the screen. We're going to talk about crypto, of course, gamify. One of the hottest, if not the hottest topic still this year is, of course, NFT and the discovery of the metaverse. As a matter of fact, one of our panel discussions is going to be tapping into the metaverse and this new world that I'm sure a lot of you guys would like to know a little bit more about it. But before we get into our panel discussions, I'd like to introduce our first guest to deliver the first keynote speech this morning at the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022. He is the founder of Majestic Coin USA. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up to Mr. Solomon Mwamba.
Change begins with an idea crazy enough to believe it. An idea like uniting Africa once and for all. An idea like Africa as a whole can have the most stable economy in the world. An idea called freedom. Majestic Coin is not the future, it's now. A true cryptocurrency backed by assets. built upon its own unique blockchain, the first ever for Africa, the fastest transaction speed on the planet. Nobody comes close. A true currency, fully decentralized, accepted in the crypto world and banks. That's right, banks. Constructed upon virtues like justice, peace, and wealth. Majestic Coin is built for equality. Majestic Coin exists for independence. Majestic Coin is built for you. One currency, one people, one solution. Majestic Coin.
Good morning. Good morning. All right. I always like to do a little exercise before we get started. So can everyone just turn to your neighbor? Find one person. Don't be shy. Look at them deeply in the eyes and say, I love you. Okay, turn to the next person. Don't be shy. Look at that person. Don't look at me. Say, I love you. Awesome. Well, I'm happy to be here this morning. First and foremost, would like to thank Pushkin for inviting me to this event. It is wonderful to see all of these faces, to all the dignitaries, Your Excellencies. Thank you for coming and gracing us with your presence. I want to talk to you this morning about our solution. Every blockchain essentially built is supposed to have a solution. Every blockchain is not a coin and every coin is not a blockchain, but every blockchain is supposed to solve a problem in the world that is currently affecting the system. For us, we didn't want to just be another coin or another token, but the problem that we are trying to solve, and that I believe we will solve, is something that has been perpetuated for more than 400 years on the continent of Africa. As we all sit here in Dubai, and we are able to enjoy our food, able to enjoy our drinks, we live luxurious lifestyles, and sometimes we even throw food away. But where I'm from, and some of you can relate, as we speak, there are children who have no food. There are children who have no bed to sleep on. There are children that have been abandoned to the trash can when they were born. We have banking systems that don't help their own people. We have governments that steal from their own people. And essentially, we have a broken Africa. That Africa that I'm talking about is the wealthiest continent in the world. In Africa, you find the very thing that you're wearing on your neck, which is gold. You find diamonds, you find rubies, sapphires, you find uranium. And because of that, Africa is troubled. Africa was left out of the Industrial Revolution. And Africa today is still supplying for the world, but taking the crumbs. And so Majestic Coin exists for one reason and one reason only, and it's to bring a financial stability and financial equality, not to one country, but to the whole continent. Look at the United States of America. It's a very big place. I live there. You have 52 states, and all 52 states have one currency. If we look at the European Union, you have more than 27 countries, one currency. We look at the UAE, you have 7 Emirates, one currency. You look at China, which is extremely large in regions, and they have one currency. But the moment that we divulge into Africa, we have 55 different currencies. Neither one of them are equal, and those currencies are dependent on the euro, dependent on the dollar, and somebody else prints their money. And so this is the essential problem that we have in Africa, and it's why our blockchain exists. And what we want to create is a cashless Africa and beyond. So though we are starting with Africa in mind, our goal is to reach out to Asia, to India, to the rest of the world. And they say it takes a village. It would be remiss of me to speak and not to introduce my team. You see me standing here as a representative of the Democratic Republic of Congo, proudly. But our team is very diverse, and I want to introduce them to you. First up, Bouya, can you stand, please? Bouya is from Mongolia, but he lives in the United States. The rest of his team, can you please stand so everyone can acknowledge you and see you? I want to just brag on my IT director here for a second. He is extremely smart. He won 4 math world championships, and then he just stopped trying after that. And we found a common ground where the similar type of corruption that's happening in Africa is also happening in Mongolia. And they're also landlocked. And so we're fighting for a similar thing. And so truly we have an African and an Asian partnership that is happening, and I want to recognize that. So how do we fix the problem? Well, Majestic Coin has an ecosystem. That ecosystem, our blockchain, which is what we call our star chain, and we'll get into why it's called a star chain, is created to make everything more efficient, everything more smooth, everything more powerful, more integral to its core. And there we go. So 3 things that we have. We have our coin, which is already created. We have our native coin, which is a deflationary investment coin, essentially, and we'll talk about why we created that as a proof of concept, not so much to make money for ourselves. We also have a stable coin where we're going to be working as a strategic partner with the African Union to provide one single currency for the continent. We have our star chain, and then we also have our exchange. So some of the current problems that we are trying to fix, number 1 is human corruption. In Africa, as you know, corruption is a big problem, not because the people are inherently corrupt. It's because of colonization. Colonization has destroyed our identities, has destroyed our unity, and we have people that can be bought. And as you know, if you've ever done any business in Africa, you have to pay what we call a dowry to get something done. It's very difficult to move business without paying first. And when it comes to banking, oftentimes I've heard many horror stories of people sending money and it never reaching its destination, or the bank freezing your money when you try to send anything over than $10,000. So this is one of the problems that we're trying to solve. And we're going to do that essentially through our decentralized smart contracts. As you know, smart contracts carry something powerful called immutability. Once a smart contract is put in place, nobody can play with it, nobody can mess with it. It becomes stable right then and there. And this is something that we want to present as a whole, as a solution to the continent of Africa and beyond, where we can take a whole monetary system. We have the African Free Trade Agreement, where they're looking for one singular currency. But the question is, how does that currency move border to border without hands getting in between? And we do this on a smart contract. And if you're here tomorrow, we'll actually build one right in front of you so you can see exactly how easy it is to build on our Layer 2 solution. The second problem that we have is slow transactions. In this room, how many have used Western Union? Raise your hand. Oh, even His Excellency. Western Union is like old cheese, right? It's useful, but it's old, right? And sometimes you get tired of it. And so the biggest problem with these type of transactions, especially in Africa, is if I want to send money to a relative, anything beyond $500, you have a large fee, $50 sometimes. It can go up to $500 depending on the transaction. Depending to whom you're sending it to and what country you're sending it to, they can freeze your account. They'll call you, they'll stop the transaction, and there's many problems. And so it's a very slow system. As you know, with blockchain, the thing that we're talking about is peer-to-peer. And so we're able, currently right now, to do around 60,000 transactions per second. Visa, as you know, moves very slow. They're doing around 2,000 transactions per second. And so to get one system to adopt another system, there has to be mass adoption and there has to be a mass solution. And so we're ever building the blockchain to make sure that anyone who wants to transact, it can happen instantly. You can receive your money without third-party intervention, and it's governed by smart contracts, which means nobody can corrupt it. We also have our exchange, which we'll be talking about tomorrow. One of the biggest problems that Africa is having is the dependency on foreign help. Institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, are created to keep countries enslaved. I want to share a story with you. Back in the 1930s in the United States, this was an intense time of segregation. In that time, blacks and whites could not live together, could not drink from the same fountain, could not swim in the same pool, could not eat the same food, even though it was harvested from the same ground. Superficial lines were drawn and created to keep one type of people feeling inferior to the other. And this included neighborhoods. This included banking. And a lot of people never asked the question, well, if the African Americans were freed over 400 years ago, why are they still poor? It's a good question. If the slave trade stopped some 400 years ago, what is the biggest discrepancy between white America and black America? And this problem that I'm using as America is actually a very global thing, especially in Africa. And the greatest problem was that banks would give loans to one group of people to advance that they can buy a house, that they could buy real estate, that they can advance their businesses, and to the other, they would not. So you had to work to save up so much money after about 40 years to eventually buy a house, while someone can pay 2% of that and get a down payment and pay for a house. This was the greatest discrepancy, and this also perpetuated itself in South Africa. The World Bank took that ideology that banks were using in America, and they said, let's start lending to Africa, and so did the IMF, but let's do it in a way where they can never pay us back. And if they can never pay us back, how can they be free? So no matter how much gross income the country can yield year after year after year, they're always paying back to the hand that gave them. And so dependency on foreign help is one of the biggest problems in Africa. If a country wants to free itself or rid itself of European help, of the euro or the dollar, there's blockades set against that country. There's embargoes set against that country. Bank accounts are frozen for people in the government. They cannot receive goods from outside of their country, and essentially the whole world freezes their resources to work with that country that proposes freedom for itself. And I believe The time has come to end that. Every single human and every country should have the same right as the other one. And the seed of every civilization is its economy, right? But if you can not eat, if your belly is not full, where do you get the inspiration to think? The only inspiration that you have is to go to work day by day to provide rice and beans. So I'm grateful to grow up in America. My story is not the same as some of those in Africa. I have the space and the ability to think, how can I solve a problem? How can we solve a problem? How can we not be dependent, but how can we be independent? So our solution, we have two models, which is the investment coin, and this is what we're proposing as a proof of concept to all of Africa. We're using this coin to show how you can raise billions of dollars in the course of a year to fund your own projects. Because unless we're able to manufacture our own goods and work on our own space, we're still behind the ball. And so these are some of the things that we're doing with the Majestic coin. We have a burn protocol, which increases the price when you begin to burn a certain amount of coins. We have a pump protocol, which I won't go into too much detail, but we have an internal team and we have investors that have dedicated a whole lot of money to make sure that we can feed the price day by day, to make sure that we're always on an uptrend. Market news manipulation. Being able to be in news and media brings people to the coin, makes people buy the coin. Events like this make people pay attention to the coin. We're doing all of this to show, nation by nation, how you can raise money for yourself. By the way, El Salvador has figured this out, maybe not in the best way, but they were looking at their economy. It was not thriving, it was not growing. And by the way, they used the dollar. El Salvador decided to make Bitcoin its national tender. Does anyone remember the price of Bitcoin 2 years ago in March? It was $3,000 per one Bitcoin. Today, Bitcoin is over $45,000, and they say Bitcoin is crashing. So they took the investment model to say, there's extreme volatility in the market on this coin. This coin has proof that it always climbs back up. It always bounces back when the market manipulators sell it. So what do? Why don't we get in and we buy on the dip? So when the coin crashes and it goes back up, we make millions in between, and we can start to build our country without the help of loans. And this is the same thing that we are banking on with Majestic Coin, not in the sense of volatility, but in the sense that we have an internal solution to make sure that the coin is always moving forward. And so these are some of the things that we're doing. We're also partnering with banks to use this as an investment security tool. Essentially, Majestic Coin becomes digital gold. It grows over time as people stake, as we have banks that stake the coin and hold the coin, not selling the coin, the price will go up. All of these are solutions that we're trying to find to problems in Africa. And I would reckon to say if in 1 year we can do 100 billion in Majestic Coin, then a country can follow our lead and do the same thing for itself. The last problem, which is the last problem that I want to talk about, there are many problems in Africa, but in reference to our blockchain is numerous currencies. Currency is like language, as you know. It's only good if it's useful where you're at. In Africa, I cannot use the Naira in Ghana. I cannot use the Cedi in Nigeria. We have to do an exchange, and in the middle of that exchange, you lose a lot of time and you lose a lot of money. And so we're proposing something that can fix this problem. It doesn't make us money, but it brings stability to the country. And I'm going to get into this in a second. And our solution is our stablecoin. which is backed by real assets. It's already created. It's valued 1-to-1. We can use this as a transactional currency. We are going to be partnering with Visa and debit card on this. As there's more infusion of assets behind the coin, we have the ability to mint on demand. It's secure and safe because it is on the blockchain. And as the gentleman that spoke yesterday that narrated at the Indian Pavilion, blockchain is unhackable, essentially. And so we've created secure vaults, many things. But our stablecoin is backed by true assets. And I just want to get some volunteers. I want to talk about the power behind our stablecoin. Currently, right now, we have an evaluation of more than 25 billion behind our stablecoin and assets that have been approved value. Can I get 3 volunteers that think they're strong can just come up here, if you will? Anybody? Oh, she's coming. Thank you. There's one. Okay. Your Excellency, can you come here? Yeah. Can we get 2 more? Thank you. And 1 more person. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Come. What you're looking at in front of me right here is meteorite. These are one of the assets behind our coin. We have more than 15 tons backing Majestic Coin. To just give you an idea, you can do the math in your head. 1 gram can run more than $10,000, and we have 15 tons. I'll let you do the math on that. But I would like you guys to just go and pick it up, if you will. Yeah. Can we take it? You cannot take it. So take the big one. Yeah. You try.
No, it's okay. We're used to it. This is a
Yeah.
one now.
So inside of the meteorite, you have many type of minerals. You have gold. You can kill with it, yes. You have nickel, you have cobalt, you have silver, you have especially iron. So all meteorite is magnetic. And you can take this small rock and just pass it around the room. I would like people to see that. Yes, just table by table. Thank you. Would you like to give it a try? Yeah. Yes. And I'm going to talk about why meteorite in a second. Yes. So that one itself is 15 kilos. It's worth quite a bit. Baba, can you give us just a moderate estimation on this one? Yeah, no, it's much more than 250,000. The small one itself is in the millions.
This one could be, let's say, around 20 million.
Or more. Or more, yeah. So why meteorite? Number 1, it's rare. Number 2, it's hard to steal. Okay? We have a diversity of assets behind our coin. One of them, yes, is mineral lands such as gold, diamonds, sapphires, rubies. All of those have been valued and audited. That runs us up in the billions. But at any given whim for a project that we're doing, if someone doesn't like us, the powers that be want to stop us, they can take our land. That's the truth. They can stop us from coming in the country. There's many things that can happen because we deal with so much corruption in Africa. As long with the fiat currency that backs us, someone can freeze our accounts. But what comes from heaven And what you're looking at is 4,300,000,000 years old coming from Mars. The world is racing to gather this stuff. And we believe that this is something that is beyond us. I'm a very spiritual person. Something that is not given from humans, it's given from God. And because it's given from God, nobody can take it from us. And so we are using this as our primary asset to back Majestic Coin so that people can always have security and feel secure when they're transacting with us on the blockchain. So this is one of the most important things, and I would invite all of you at break time, come touch it, pick it up. It's very heavy, it's fun, and it smells like metal. Okay. So just going on to close here, these are some of the features that our blockchain carries. We're a multi-layered blockchain. We have 3 layers. Obviously, our first layer is transactional, which is to send money back and forth on our blockchain. Layer 2 allows us to build dApps, which are decentralized applications, NFTs, exchanges, wallets, you name it. Anything that can be created. We have a sandbox for developers that we are launching in the next 30 days for them, and they will be able to build, even coins, even blockchains, you can build upon our blockchain. We are proof of stake, so not proof of work. Obviously, Bitcoin being the first coin was an example, but anything that's first always gets outdone. And so it was an example to be improved upon, and I'm sure in a year or 2 years, even our blockchain will become old. And so we are opening up something called Majestic Star Chain University that will be launched in the African Union. And one of my affiliates will be speaking on that tomorrow, where we are going to be bringing in youth from the age of 14 to 17 to put them through school to make them blockchain developers to always make our blockchain better. Our transaction speed, as I mentioned, right now in utility, actual usage is running around 10,000 transactions per second, but we can reach far greater than that, as I mentioned earlier. And our EVM compatibility. So this is something that's really big. We've created our own algorithm that essentially allows other smart contracts from Ethereum, from Binance, from other blockchains to migrate on our blockchain. And so if there are other projects, whether they're exchanges, wallets, you name it, they can actually take their code, migrate it onto our blockchain, and have a parallel universe if they will. Our fees, sorry, let me just go back. So our goal is to keep low fees, and this is something that I mentioned earlier, which is one of the biggest problems in Africa. When it comes to transactions, fees are tremendous. Even if you send bank fees, they're more than what you want to spend. On our blockchain, we are currently 12 zeros, 567 of MJT per transaction. We're not even close to a penny. And so the goal is to always stay low so that people can transact freely. And then secondly, that we can bring developers in to bring their projects such as NFT art and you name it. By the way, does anyone know how much it is just to mint an NFT on Ethereum? Someone said a lot. Can you give me a number? 75? Dollars, 150. And I appreciate the difference in answers because it changes every day. The gas fees are tremendously high, and so we have a cap on our gas fee, which will be 0.000027 maximum on our gas fee for all gas fee transactions. So it makes our platform very attractive for people to come on and do work with us. All right. Our Majestic Mirror protocol is something pretty cool. Basically, what we've created are unique algorithms. Amga, can you stand up, please? Where's Amga? Did he leave the room? He left the room. Okay. Our unique Majestic Mirror protocol essentially allows us to take things that are not traded in the real world or on the open market that are traded privately, and we fractionalize that and make it crypto stocks. I'll give you an example, meteorite. So we can create a price protocol that mirrors the price in the real world for whatever it's selling at in private auctions, and we can make it as a tradable asset within our blockchain. You name it. It can be gold, it can be cobalt, anything, and our goal is to bring value to other type of commodities that are privatized and make them public for everybody. All right. And lastly, our stable coins. So pretty much, that's everything that we have to offer. Just want to say thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer questions afterwards. Thank you.
One currency, one people, one solution. Majestic Coin.
All right, here we go. Majestic Coin. Thank you so much, Solomon Mwaba, founder of Majestic Coin, for this very insightful keynote speech right here. One of so many that we're going to have at the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022. I hope everybody is energetic and thirsty for all the information, all the opportunities that are going to be presented right here on stage. Of course, Solomon is going to be hanging out with us for the rest of the day. I think he's going to be here tomorrow as well. Yeah. So, you know, let's milk these opportunities. There are a lot of incredible and talented people that are in this room. And, you know, one of the things that I find very beneficial to create and to basically make this ecosystem a better place is to connect with one another and find out different ways of partnerships. All right, let's introduce our next guest up on stage today. He is the managing director of First Abu Dhabi Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up to Mr. Muhammad Al Ali.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning. I think from this angle, I would say, wow, this is a great room. It looks so nice. I think everybody's fresh and looks super from here. It's a pleasure to be here today and attend as a chief guest in Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022. First of all, I'm honored to be invited as a chief guest for a special occasion like this. Thank you to Mr. Pushkin, really appreciate, well organized. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone having a wonderful time in Dubai and wonderful time during Expo 2020. I think this is a great time also for all of us with enjoying the great weather in the UAE. So on behalf of the management, the UAE, that I would say you are most welcome to visit UAE, visit Dubai, and visit Expo 2020. It's a very interesting things, you know. I've attended a couple of times, and still it's like something very unique happen. Coming back to Expo 2020, I would say Expo 2020 has been rightly described as an example of hope, which a true celebration of the magnificent of human innovations, excellence, and success and technology. I don't know for most of the people, if they don't visit Expo, I think this is a time also. The focus is more about the technology, more about the innovations, And this is a time where during COVID-19 and pandemic, the transformation, the changes happen for the entire humanity. I have very interesting story. I was just driving, and I decided to share this story with all of you. During the pandemic, the entire world have been through deepest, darkest time where we did not expect that this could happen. Everything shut down. And it was not only physically or mentally, but also economically, that made us worry about future every single day. We lost a lot of people, dear friends and family during that time. I personally lost a couple of staff. And it was very difficult time for a lot of us. But that story, it reminds me to a wise man. It reminds me when I was in the university in the UK. And he told me once, he said, difficulties in your life don't come to destroy you, but to realize your hidden potential. And this is what happened to all of us. That how as a human being, and he was right, that how as a human being can be ready and be creative. And that is an example happened during COVID-19. Being creative, turn the digitization, everything is digital. In the banking sectors, in the government, in companies, people, they did not expected that it turned from manual to digital. So coming back to when we talk about Expo today, this impressiveness that you see is very outcome of the science and technology of digitization. And everybody's talking about digital. This pace at which everything around us has been digitized and encrypted, especially after COVID-19. We had a lot of chats before coming here, and a lot of people, they were talking about digitals, about, I had a chance to get a very quick talk with Solomon. It was a pleasure knowing you. Digitized data has become an expected part of our life as a human lives, and its power cannot be undermined. From bridging communication gap, boosting business, enhancing administration, and refining lifestyle, and improving multiple facets of our life. We are surrounded on digital everywhere. I remember a couple of years ago, if you wanted to transaction, you had to go all the way, drive the car, going to the branches, and in any branch you have to fill the application and doing all this process. And it used to take around hours, 2-3 hours to do and leave your job and doing that simple transaction, whether in the banking or in any sectors. Today, you do these things in your device, in your mobile, and it just need a click button, you do everything. And that is the future. The power of digitization is infinite because the more available your information is in digital form, the better is the engagement and connection with your target audience. Likewise, blockchain. And that's why we talk about blockchains, is that one particular disruption technology that has the power to transfer the whole business ecosystem. It is changing the ways of companies engaging with their customers, people to people, and even within the government, even internationally. So blockchain is one of the key enablers, instrumental in creating improvements in responses to the difficulties brought in by pandemic. However, I will not go through this depth, and I leave it to my colleagues who's a specialist in that to talk about it and to share their insights on it. Last not least, I would like to say that we live in a world that is exposed both known and unknown risk and gets reordered in every aspect economically, security-wise, business-wise, socially, and technologically. And come what may, when I think or read about the technological aspects and expectation, the UAE has fostered. It fills my heart with so much pride and joy that I was talking to His Excellency, Mr. Adnan, that how UAE could have been control this pandemic in a very professional manner, in a very human side where everybody was secured, everybody was supported from the government, and I would say this wouldn't be happen without our great leadership from the UAE. Now, as the day proceeds, we have some exciting discussion, and today we all learn from each other, and it's a time to exchange the knowledge and skills amongst all talented and skilled people like you. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much. Have a great, productive day, and thank you, Mr. Pushkin, for inviting me as a guest owner today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed Al Ali, Managing Director at First Abu Dhabi Bank, for this incredible speech. And you're absolutely right. I mean, we've seen the rise of the utilization of modern day technologies, especially post the pandemic. A lot of people are looking at, new sources of income, and since everything now is being digitized, a lot of people are reaching out to blockchain and cryptos and all of these, as I said, modern day technologies, to utilize that into their everyday life, including, traditional banking systems. Everything can be done at your fingertips at the comfort of your home. And I think this is going to be the way moving forward. So Mr. Mohammed Al Ali is going to be presenting a couple of awards from the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022 and from Vertex Group. These very special individuals have contributed to the blockchain space, especially here in Dubai. And, this is just an acknowledgement from ourselves at the Blockchain Dubai Summit to say thank you for your contribution. So we're going to start off with the first award. If you hear your name, please join us on stage. The first award is going to go to Digital Art Pioneer from Vesa Digital LLC, Vesa Kivinen. I don't think Neha is here. Neha Soni, she's somewhere around. Oh, here we go. Payfoot, Adrian Moison. honor Mr. Mohammed Al-Ali. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022. I love the energy. I love the vibe. You know, it's great to acknowledge some very distinguished individuals who have, quite honestly, reshaped the scene here in Dubai. These people have spent, you know, years and years in the blockchain space, and as I said earlier, made Dubai their home, and you know, looking at a very promising future in this part of the world. So we handed it over an award to Raghav Freji Jirath earlier, the founder and CEO of Gather Network, and he's going to join us on stage for the first pitch at the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022. Okay, apparently Raghav Freji is not going to join us right now. A little bit later. Oh, he's here. Okay. Raghav, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up to Raghav Freji Jirath, founder and CEO of Gather Network. I got mixed up, sorry. Either this or this.
I'll go with this one. Yeah?
I'll just leave it here.
Thanks. Hey, everyone. Hope everyone's having a productive morning, enjoying themselves with all talks, informative talks that are going on. Going to keep this pitch fairly straightforward and quick. I know there's a lot of people that need to talk and want to educate everyone. So yeah, I'm the founder and CEO of Gather Network. We're a 4-year-old blockchain company that started out based in Dubai, homegrown company. We operate in about, do I start? Okay. I'll wait for the presentation to come up. But yeah, we were founded about 4 years, based in Dubai. We currently operate in India, Panama, UAE, and we were accepted in the IFC's Innovative Startup Program about last year, and we operate in Ukraine and Poland as well. We're currently listed on multiple exchanges, and just before it starts, hey guys. Technical difficulties? Yeah, I can imagine. Great. Sorry about that, guys. Seems some more IT problems, which is quite funny for people being in the blockchain space. There we go. So, yeah. Started out 3 years ago with a very simple mission with what Gather was, is that we wanted to provide the internet, publishers, and websites an alternative form of monetization. I'm sure 95% of this room, no one really likes looking at ads when you're on Spotify or YouTube. Everyone is immediately clicking skip, right? But those ads are there for a reason because they're providing those content creators with revenue. It's really important. This is how, you know, your ad monopoly works today, or your internet economy, if you will. But imagine if there was a better way of doing this, you know, rewarding publishers for time spent and not having publishers creating clickbait content. So, further ado, just a quick video to start.
Current revenue-generating methods don't allow publishers and businesses to offer an enjoyable, ad-free browsing experience. We need a new solution that brings everything together to benefit businesses and users alike. That's why we made Gather. Gather is a blockchain-based network that improves the online experience for users, generates additional revenue for publishers, reduces cloud computing costs for enterprises, and makes running a proof-of-work blockchain easier. Instead of spamming users with ads to generate revenue, Gather runs in the background of your site, and with each user's consent, aggregates their idle processing power. Then it distributes said power to enterprises for cloud computing and to developers for cryptocurrency mining. Publishers receive payment in cryptocurrency or fiat, users get to enjoy an ad-free browsing experience, and developers deploy their secure blockchains without the need to find new miners. Ultimately, it's a virtuous cycle that radically changes digital monetization and revenue generation to provide a superior experience for the end user. Join Gather today to be a part of the future.
Thanks, bud. Yeah, so that's how Gather started. It was to provide publishers, websites, applications, another way of making money without having to spam your users with crappy toothbrush ads, shampoo ads, or whatever else you see on the internet today, which are horrible. over the last 3 years, since we were a bear market project, a bear market is essentially when the crypto cycle is not going good. We were born in that. We kind of evolved from that one solution to a couple others, where you see number 2, cloud computing is extremely expensive. You have AWS, you have GC or Google Cloud, you have a bunch of these centralized entities right now which control the market. And number 2, centralized entities have had major downtime, which have cost up to $28 million per 5 minutes. It's a huge problem. So what we were able to see is using these idle resources, which I'll explain how we actually gather them, if you will, what happens with it, and where it goes. And yeah, the third thing is developers are able to also deploy on top of our layer 1 blockchain as well. Now, where do we generate this compute power? It's fairly simple, right? So when you visit a website, is that pop up there? Back. Yeah. When you visit a website, you're going to see an opt-in, which you'll see in the next slide, right? You're going to provide your consent that, hey, I agree. And once you do, a very small portion of your system resources are being used, A, to provide an alternative form of monetization to publishers. 2, it's being resold on to any kind of IT company that needs cloud storage or cloud processing at a much cheaper cost, up to 30% cheaper. And then 3, we also, developers can then use this processing power to power their own blockchains on top of ours. So this is Gather Online, what was the flagship product. This is the opt-in you would see when you go into any website. This is a live product, which is on multiple websites. We're on streaming websites as well. Also, if you actually opt into this as an end user, you can earn tokens, our cryptocurrency, by just providing your Ether address, or our crypto address, if you will. So let's say you go to Reddit, or I don't know, Netflix, and for watching a series, Tinder Swindler, I know is a popular one right now, you've got like 50 Gather or 100 Gather. So it incentivizes users to stay longer, but it also incentivizes publishers to provide quality content. And yeah, we are a multi-layered blockchain, so you have the layer 0, layer 1, and layer 2, which is all in production right now. So again, fairly simple. Visit a website, provide your consent, and that's it, you're opted in. In terms of traction, these are some of our partners, clients. Yeah, fairly speaks for itself. We've been around for quite some time, so the numbers do grow. And we're not just a token generation company where we earn in tokens. We also earn fiat or real revenue, if you will, which you'll see on the next slide. Sorry, before that, here. This is Gather Cloud, which we've been developing in partnerships with a lot of different Fortune 100s. Here's a quick video to explain it.
Have you ever wondered what it would be like if you could harness all the idle computing power of your infrastructure? Imagine all your machines, computers, and servers performing to their full potential. Here's how our groundbreaking technology makes it possible. Introducing Gather Cloud, a new age, highly secure, decentralized cloud solution that comes at a significantly lower cost. By optimally leveraging existing business machines, it's sustainable, cost-effective, and highly secure. With Gather Cloud, it's time to reduce dependency on external providers and embrace a self-reliant future. Join the ever-growing tribe of enterprises choosing to power their businesses with a new age decentralized cloud. Get in touch with us today.
If you're interested in seeing a demo or trying it out or lowering your cloud costs, please speak to our marketing team. They have a booth outside. And Gather Enterprise is a third arm. We have all these large enterprises, large clients that they want to tokenize their existing user base. They want to deploy on the blockchain. They just don't know how. So we kind of handhold them to bring them onto our blockchain, develop certain parts for them, and we get paid for this. So this is in real revenue right now. Currently, we have one contract going on, which is worth about $600,000 for an ATM network based on our tokens in the US. We have another contract going on for $1.5 million, which is based on mobile PCR testing units. To store on our blockchain. So, yeah. Again, more on our traction slide. And it's not just me, but we have a very large team at Gather as well. So we're all from very different companies, NCR, NOV, KPMG, et cetera, et cetera. Our legal was a former SEC compliance officer, so we're very aware of what happens in the regulatory environment, as being in BVI, Panama, DIFC, India, and a few other places. And a large advisory board as well, and we were backed by some of the notable VCs in the space, Rarestone Capital, TRG Capital, ELA Capital, and then quite a few others. And yeah, that's about it. Oh, yeah, we have a very large team, 50 people. Thanks.
All right, here we go. So we're getting closer to the lunch break, and I'm sure a lot of you are looking forward to that. Fill up them tummies and get the energy back on track. Before we continue with an exciting day of the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022, on its first day, we're going to be here tomorrow as well, and I would love to see all of these incredible people, and even more, you know, call up your friends, call up everybody in the business, and invite them over here. So we have an exciting fireside chat between His Excellency Adnan Noorani and George Sebastião. Now, to introduce the portfolio of His Excellency Adnan Noorani, please allow me to welcome on stage a very good friend of mine that I've known for over 15 years, 10 to 15 years right now. Yeah, Hamid and I, we go way back. He's the head of protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Hamid al-Balushi.
Thank you, Saif and Naji, and it's a pleasure to be here. His Excellency Adnan Noorani is one of the visionary leaders and a believer, and he has worked to the core of his strengths to bring success to the United Arab Emirates in the form of Future Innovation Summit, which he launched in October in 2021. It was the biggest governmental conference and exhibition. Also, he made sure that it is a huge success. So the Future Innovation Summit, which he will be introducing and talking more about it while he's on the stage. This was unique that no one of his caliber, ladies and gentlemen, or age has achieved in the country to date. In the same year, he successfully founded D1 Technologies, which is a firm that deals in every technological needs of your company, including blockchain, technology, and metaverse. He also founded Leo Investments, which is one of the top investing brands under his hood, and him as the founder of Leo Investments. The chairman of the board of private office of His Highness Sheikh Saqr bin Mohammed Al-Qasimi, a visionary leader who sees the potential for how the world should exist and then takes steps to get there. He's got 18 years of experience in the market. He has been working across the royal families of United Arab Emirates, well connected throughout the governmental agencies and royal families. He also guides and advises the clients towards success avenue to grow in the United Arab Emirates and abroad. His primary expertise is government market, global market, UAE law, finance, and GCC businesses. Recognized for his humanitarian works, and he invests sheer amount of faith in the goodwill of the community. Led by his leadership, the private office of Sheikh Saqr bin Mohammed Al-Qasimi has created a better place for investors seeking to invest in the GCC and continue his journey to establish more global connections and to create a safe haven for businesses. His Excellency's one and only goal is to build a healthy, strong future business-led generation to build a healthy economical environment. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome the Chairman of the Board of the Private Office of Sheikh Saqar bin Mohammed Al Qasimi and founder of Future Innovation Summit and CEO of D1 Technologies and Leo Investments, His Excellency Adnan Al-Noorani. Please welcome him on the stage.
Amen. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. It's a pleasure to be here with His Excellency Mr. Adnan. He's not just a respectable member of UAE family and representing Sharjah, which is quite a unique element within the 7 Emirates, but he's also a good friend. When we have chance, maybe sometimes we play a bit of chess, but we're so busy running around, which makes it sometimes a bit challenging. Now, I arrived in the GCC about 25, 26 years ago. First country I landed in was Bahrain, and I had the chance to also visit Dubai and nearing Emirates, Sharjah, etc. And at that time, Dubai was a very small hub compared to Bahrain. Bahrain was actually bigger. There was over 1 million people in Bahrain at the time, and Dubai was about 400,000 people, give or take. So everything was around the creek area, and very cozy and very traditional. There was the Hard Rock Cafe, so which is very symbolic between here and Abu Dhabi. So for those that have been to UAE would have seen it. For those that have been to Las Vegas in the Nevada desert, they probably have seen a similar one as well. Now, we have had a massive transformation over the last 25 years. I mean, you know, when I mean massive, it's like going from one century to another century without going through a middle century. So it has enabled us to look at technology in a completely different way, investment, diversification, so moving away from traditional oil business towards intellectual property, towards investments, towards tourism. One interesting thing about UAE is I think every emirate has diversified and become good at one or two specific things, and that's some of the things that I want Adnan to talk about and to discuss. How Sharjah is different than Dubai, how Sharjah is different than Abu Dhabi. I remember visiting with the daughter of the ruler of Sharjah, the House of Knowledge, which is an amazing library. I invite you to take half a day of your time, go to Sharjah, and you see what a modern library looks like. You can actually print a book on demand of your choice. So if the book is not available physically in the library, you can walk out with that book of your choice. And you just have to wait, you know, anywhere from, I think, 15 minutes or so, bound and everything. Because people still sometimes prefer physical books, not just the digital ones like we read. So I would like Adnan to kind of share the journey that he has taken over the last 25 years to see this massive transformation.
First of all, thank you, George. I'm so much proud and honored to have a friend like you. I believe that relation is more better than business. We need to keep our relations, because relations can be there forever, but the business can go and come. We need to make our heart clean and to be together and cooperate. Forget about the ego, forget about gossiping, forget about how to disturb someone. We need always our heart to be clean, because God always is there to see that the people who make goodness, it will come goodness back to them. To your question that it was coming about the 7 Emirates and UAE, past the years, how we grow. First of all, thanks to our leadership. Our leadership, they make a great. As you know, that United Arab Emirates is the country of world record. Today, United Arab Emirates is the country of justice and equality, country of tolerance. We sent satellites to Mars as well. We will come back to the space field. In 15 years, how we create from the sand a strong civilization, that the country come strong in the economy, in business and security and safetyness. Today, a lot of people, they ask each other why people come from their country to United Arab Emirates to invest or to live. Because our country, they have a strong security and safetyness for the families. Today, if you leave the child in the street to 2 a.m. in midnight, in 5 minutes from the police headquarters, they will call the family that your child is here. We don't have corruption. This is the most important. Today, why the country is strong and success? Because we don't have corruption. Today, my heart pain to see a lot of countries that they are older than us, but still they are suffering in economy. Why? Because of the leadership. Always the leadership listen to his people. That's why our country is strong. God bless His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. He always listen to his people. When we have ideas, issues, he's always there to support. And this is what happened, the durations. It's not because we have oil. No, it's because our leadership, as I told you. There is a lot of countries that they have oil, but you see the economy, what is happening. Yes. Thank you.
One area that has evolved, especially in the blockchain and crypto world, is I would call regulatory evolution, because crypto is somehow revolutionary. It's trying as a technology of trust. And people were trying to create kind of a parallel system to the traditional financial system that sometimes has failed us in the past. However, I think both worlds need to somehow integrate with each other. You cannot live separate. You know, there's a famous saying in Africa, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go long, go together. So I think both the old and the new need to somehow be integrated. And I think there's been a substantial evolution in the area of regulation in the region. And I think Adnan can share a few of elements of this evolution.
Today, you're telling to me crypto. I don't call it crypto, I call it digital asset. This is more professional to talk about it. Because crypto by itself, the name, is not professional, I will be honest. I'm not a person that I'm involved in blockchain or digital assets or metaverse or NFT. But I study books, I read, I understand, I have knowledge. I believe people think, this is my perspective, I'm sorry, maybe some of you people can come offended, but I'm a straightforward person. Some people think that digital asset, metaverse, and blockchain is the future. It's not the future. It is a tool of wisdoms. Still, we have a lot to explore. If today you will ask me what is the future, I will say the future is the space. We forgot about the space. Today, when the climate change will hit the world, after 10 years, 15 years, we need to search in the space of the new colony to start. This is what see, today, I believe that blockchain can help people. I will be honest to you. See, blockchain have a bright side and have a dark side. The bright side can help people. The dark side can create a lot of mess and issue. What is my, see, I believe that everything to make it as a digital is nice. We must forget about the paperwork and everything to make the people life more easier. for their lifestyle. But today, my skirt is in digital assets that the banks are facing is money laundering. This is the most important thing that we are facing. Today, you don't know how many bad organizations they are dealing with the digital assets, forwarding the monies, but there is nobody is there to control. It can be drug money, it can be selling people, it can be lot of things. We also need to understand, we need always to create the world better place. I believe that the new era that we will go, it will be a little bit challenge for the bank sectors to create, to convert everything to the digitals. Still, a lot of countries need to start to follow. This is my answer. Yes.
Adnan is a man of records. Why I mean a man of records? I remember when we discussed last year, there was the challenge of creating a conference in 8 weeks, which is kind of unheard of. A conference that is different than this one, a little bit more about transferring knowledge, focused on government and enterprise blockchain rather than even digital assets. So I remember Adnan taking on that challenge, and today that challenge is being taken once again, this time not in 8 weeks, but maybe with a little bit more planning time, and taking us beyond the blockchain. I remember seeing one of the first uses of blockchain in which the Bitcoin blockchain got replicated into space, into satellite. I've been involved, one YASAT got launched into space, and we took the C-band of the YASAT satellite with a company called Emerging Markets Communications, and we, from Miami, and we actually covered the entire Earth. Most of the applications were actually in Africa, so we were giving real-time bandwidth for video conferences and others, utilities, enterprise ERP systems, so you could run the United Nations, the World Bank, African Union, and a few others combined together. So if you went to Omnison, which is one of the refugee camps, you could see they have access to their entire system just by putting a little dish up in the sky as if you're in the office here in Dubai. So that is a big thing. So Adnan has taken the challenge of the next frontier for the upcoming conference and transferring this knowledge and bringing some of the potential future leaders that you may have heard of. Like many people here have heard about Elon Musk. How many people respect the innovative ideas this man brings from the electrical car? He did not invent it, but he made it popular and accessible. But space is definitely one, and he's got a company called SpaceX, another one called DirectX, that is completely going to revolutionize telecommunications. Means that anywhere on the planet, you will get gigabit speed with low latency. So you'll be able to watch a video or do your business regardless of where you're located on Earth. And this because he's launching about 600 satellites simultaneous at the same time. So Adnan, tell us a bit about space.
Yes. The first challenge that I got, it was in 2021, when I was in duration of 3-4 years back. I was going to a lot of conferences and events. When I didn't see Emiratis keynote, Emiratis panelists, Emiratis can come to show their startups, their technologies. Then I spoke to His Highness. I say, Your Highness, why we don't create an event or conference can add value to the audience? My respect to a lot of conferences is happening. It's not adding value to the audience. The most important it is. And we create Future Innovation Summit. It was about education, blockchain, artificial intelligence, telecommunication, real estate, healthcare. It was in October 2021, and it was successful. We create the strong foundations from beginning, and we help a lot of, and 70% of the conference were all Emiratis. From the government entities and some private sector, we joined the forces, and we add value to the audience. Now my new event is coming, and I'm inviting all of you. It will be in May 11 and 12 in Maidan Hotel. It will call Future Innovation Summit. We have 3 important topics that we are discussing, and we will be the first in Middle East. It's about the space, metaverse, and sensibility. 3 main topics that people forget about it. That this is the 3 is the future. And people think, why Elon Musk, why Bill Gates, or what these people, why they are rich, why they don't support and help. If you go to their backgrounds, they started from zero. They didn't born to be rich. Lot of them, they had bad days in their life till they approach and what they deserve. You need always to remove the failure from the list of choice and convert it to a hope and dream, because hope and dream is magic. This is what I believe. And believe me, each of you have the key of success that can use it, and the time will come that the world will know you and remember you. This is what I believe. At the end of the day, we come from the earth and we go to the earth. This is what I believe. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to thank His Excellency Adnan El Nourani to spend a short time with us, and you know, from his busy schedule. Anybody who wants to ask any question from the audience? So I like to make things a little bit interactive. I'm sure one of you has some important question they would like to get an answer for. So you got your chance.
Anyone can give me a question. I don't mind. I can answer it. I'm a straightforward person. Don't worry. Ask any question.
Anybody wants to be famous for 1 or 2 minutes? Come on, Muru. Mr. Pedro. I think there's one, so please. Oh. Yeah, we'll get you a microphone, no problem. It was a pleasure to meet you in Abu Dhabi and at many other events. This is a visionary lady. I don't think we have enough ladies in our business. So.
Thank you very much for your wise comments, and I particularly appreciated your comment about blockchain being a tool for social transformation and improvement, and I would love to see a drive in the UAE to lead that, because I don't see enough of that here, and I really appreciated your comment, and I'd love your thoughts on how you are able to become a leader in blockchain for social impact and sustainability.
Thank you very much.
Okay, one last question. I think we have, I knew Pedro was going to take one. So get the mic to Puerto Rico. Buenos días, señor. Bienvenido.
Hi, good morning. I just have a quick question in terms of the UAE's outlook in terms of government transactions on the blockchain. To my understanding, there was some law that was instigated some time back that said 100% of the UAE's transactions would be on the blockchain by 2025. What would be the progress on that, and how do you see the UAE fulfilling that type of promise?
See, as you know, today we have, I think, Dubai Blockchain Center, right? It's for Mr. Marwan, that it is based in DMCC, that already he is cooperating with the government entities, and here our good friend, that he can help the companies that they want to be involved in blockchain. I believe that we say to the public that 2025, it could be the deadline. But believe me, in this past years, you will see a lot of things in United Arab Emirates, as we are also now doing taxis can fly. The RTA is working on it. And now we are cooperating with one big company in India to build a metro under the water. This is now soon. A lot of projects now it will come, because I told you that beautiful land of United Arab Emirates, we are a country of miracles. And soon you will see good news, inshallah. Thank you.
I can tell you one interesting story about, and it will apply to the blockchain. It was actually in the Daisy of government, so this dates back almost probably 10 years. It's how Sheikh Mohammed implements his leadership. And I'll tell you this story because I think it's quite valuable. Sheikh Mohammed had said, all government departments must implement e-government. 1 year had passed and nobody did much. And there was the annual e-government awards. So he comes to the stage, he says, remember, I told you last year to implement e-government. It's now 1 year. How many of you have implemented e-government? I've not seen the progress that I expected. So next year, we're going to have an awards. And we'll have two types of awards. Those that implemented e-government will get an award. Those that did not implement e-government, it will be their retirement party. So please choose wisely. Guess what happened the following year? Things moved at the speed of light. So I think in the blockchain space and implementation in government, you'll probably see a very similar scenario. So when they set a deadline, and by the way, this applied to the metro. The date was set. Maybe not all the stations were open, but the metro opened on the date that it was set.
Any more questions? We are ready to answer.
One last one at the back of the room. Please, we need a mic. Last one, because I think everybody wants afterwards go to lunch as well, prayer. I think we have an artist question at the back of the room. Last one. Please go ahead.
Thank you for a wonderful time. I'm 18 years old from Japan. I think that the entry of younger people is absolutely necessary to create a new world. I does not impose the shadow values of younger people, but to become friends as living together in the world. On top of that, I also really felt potential of this area today. What do you think is our strength in the entry of teens like me?
So what are we doing for the young generation?
Today, if you ask me where you want to invest your money, I will say I will invest my money in generation. Because the generation will lead the future. We always need to invest in education, healthcare. We need always to remember our teachers, and we be proud of them, because they were the second parents to us, to educate us. That today what we are and what we reached is because of the family, of the parents, and because of the school. Big claps to all the teachers, please, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think everybody remembers that teacher in high school that forced you to be better at English or French. I do remember even the name of this teacher to this day. Why? Because they made you work hard. I think we're wrapping up the panel because everybody has extra things to do, prayer, lunch. But I think Adnan wants to leave you with one final message, so I pass it back to Adnan to wrap up this fireside chat. Thank you.
Thank you, George. I want to give a small message, and I will not take the time of people. Let's focus 1 minute about our families, parents. Let's forget about business. Clear the mind. Today, if you are sad from your brother, take the phone and call him, apologize. Or you don't talk to your mother or father. Try to contact them, because the current situation, it's affecting everyone. And you don't know who can be alive and who can be dead. God bless all your parents. Always try to be kind, because the kindness and humbleness, it's always winning in this world. God bless all of you. God bless your families, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, George, Sebastian, Your Excellency, Adnan, for that very exciting fireside chat, which I'm sure we're going to have a lot more throughout the next 2 days. So just before our lunch break and the prayer break officially starts, we have a very interesting project from China, an interesting businesswoman from China who I had the pleasure of actually meeting just a little while ago, and we had a very interesting chat about the project that she's working on. She has a lot of titles under her belt, an accomplished businesswoman. She's a visionary leader, an inventor, investor, and philanthropist. She also sits on 9 different international charity boards, including Red Cross and Tough Earth. She has 73, check this out, 73 IP under her name on the board of China Digital Currency since 2014 and launched at 2020. That was back in October. Government Smart City, Health City Advisor, launching 40 plus ICOs before 2018, managing billions of dollars of investments and assets, and creating AI and Global Digital Future Award at Cannes Film Festival for the Global Sustainable Film Award, backed by United Nations. As I said earlier, an accomplished businesswoman, and we have the pleasure of having her here at the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022. It's our honor to have her here, to pointing Blockchain Dubai, becoming one of the official partners as the world first golden standard investment reality TV show in the blockchain world. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up to Grace Bian. Before we get Grace Bian up on stage, please, let's have a look at this video.
Are you ready? The digital age has taken the world by storm. With the cryptocurrency and the NFT boom, we've become lost in translation. Some people want to build a life in the virtual world, while others don't. Are you an innovative leader? Are you a top visionary who can lift others up? Who can solve problems with groundbreaking precision? Are you a problem solver who can make the best of every situation? Are you fast enough? Are you brave enough? Can you make it happen? As the world evolves, we must evolve with it, so we can connect with digital life to the real world. The world's first reality blockchain TV show, gathering various billionaires from different countries, 100 financial institutions, including banking, family offices, hedge funds, and high net worth individuals, all make up the top-tier investment pool. Only 6 contestants per episode can enter, with a golden ticket, referencing from credible financial institutions, crypto royals, and worldwide blockchain organizations, with groundbreaking business models, sustainable ecosystem in line with the UN's 17 development goals, and having a track record of more than 6 to 12 months will determine the contestant, allowing international broadcasting. Your successful case study will be broadcasting in more than 100 countries with an audience of 1.5 billion. Enter the world of blockchain. Join us.
So ladies and gentlemen, the creator behind the world's first gold standard blockchain world reality TV show, here for the Blockchain World TV signing at the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022. Once again, please, ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Grace Bian. And joining her on stage is the CEO of Vertex Group, the people behind this incredible conference, of course, Pushkinagha. Grace, I was talking to Grace earlier about, their expansion plan here in this part of the world, and maybe, she could share a few words, if you want, about, the project and what do you have plans for this part of the world?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to meeting all of you in here today, and thank you for the Royal Highness to coming. And actually, since yesterday, when I received the phone call for Prakash, and he said, please come, you will not be disappointed. Because he knows exactly what we're looking for, and he knows exactly what kind of standard we try to build. I take a risk. I jump to the plane, I come today. Then I meet the coin, Majestic. When I meet a company, normally in the blockchain world, you will see so many companies want to come up with the white paper and telling you we have an ecosystem, we have a fantastic business model, but they don't have too many sustainable behind. So therefore, we create this world-first reality TV show. We want to in line with the United Nations 17 Development Goal. Because what we believe, blockchain will only existing if they can solve a problem. If you can't solve a problem, there's no reason, to being called as a blockchain. You can call something else. And also, if you can't find something to do in the blockchain, there's a 17 problem in the United Nations which is you can solve. From climate change, to environment, to education, to poverty, to everything. So therefore, also, the most important thing when we're creating the reality TV show is we always think the world has been getting confused. Majority of the audience, they get confused between crypto, Bitcoin, blockchain, metaverse. They heard there's like a golden fortune, in this world, but many people don't even know where to start. In the whole world, there's less than 0.01% of people don't even know how to start to open a bank account. They don't even know how to open a digital wallet. How many of you in the room actually have a digital wallet? Can you put the hands up? Well, less than 50%. And then we're in the blockchain conference. You can see. So what we actually try to do is when we build this reality TV show, we set 3 golden standards. For example, number 1, you need to have a referencing from financial institution, meaning banking, family office, hedge fund, etc. Because all the due diligence gonna done by the financial institution. Number 2, you need to have a referencing from one of the crypto royalty. We mean Binance, Coinbase, all the exchange, OpenSea, whatever, the people who already make it. Because in the institution, if they believe you, meaning you got the future. Number 3, like today, we have the signature ceremony in here. You need to come from one of the credible blockchain organization or conference. Because if you never been performed, showcased, or announced in any official place, we cannot back on a company, only have an idea and walk into the door. And we cannot only vow for any contexter and showcase them to the world and say they have the best ecosystem. Then we want the audience to learn from them. There's 3 things we do. 1, we build a gold standard on the reality TV show and the actual air. Second, we're gonna build the Blockchain Academy, which is all the case study gonna to be learned, from the Blockchain Academy, and we're gonna announce in the UK Parliament House of Law at the 25th of March, which is all of you are welcome. Number 3, we're gonna build an offline stock exchange. This actually is the question I want to ask you, but I will hesitate, when you're up in the stage. So, because blockchain stock exchange is always up in the air. When things up in the air, too virtual. People don't even know where to go. They don't even know how to get touch. We want to build over the counter, but we want to understand if Dubai welcome. Okay, so thank you very much to give me the time and the honor today. Thank you very much, and it was a pleasure meeting all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Pushkin. I hope this partnership, this collaboration could be the beginning of something absolutely huge. Thank you for joining us on stage. All right, here we go. Hey, it's the time that you've been all waiting for. No, we don't have another speaker. It's lunchtime right now. So for those who want to grab a bite, you want to grab a drink, I think the restaurant is in the lobby, Outer Restaurant. So let's all walk up, grab a bite, and then we'll be back here on stage with more keynote speeches. We have some very exciting panel discussions as well that, trust me, you do not want to miss. Thank you so much so far for joining us. Okay, hello everyone once again. I see some new faces. Better late than never. Thank you for joining us at the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022, organized by Vertex Events. Hey, don't forget we're streaming live apparently. I've just been told that we're streaming live. So call up your parents, your family, your friends, your sons, your daughters, and tell them to watch you live. It is on Vertex-Events-Dubai. That's on YouTube. And for those of you who are tech savvy, social media savvy, you can check out all the pictures that were captured today and will be captured tomorrow at Vertex-Events-Dubai on Instagram and on Facebook. Get tagging as well. We would love to see you, sharing some of those beautiful moments at the Blockchain Dubai Summit 2022 on social media. So we haven't had a panel discussion just yet, but I hope that you guys are ready for this big one that's going to talk about the next generation of NFTs, which is a very hot topic in 2022 and has been for last year as well, and marketplaces as well. First, I'd like to introduce our moderator for this session, Dr. Jane Thompson. Thank you so much for being here. She's going to be joined by Vesa Kevinen, Art Noor, Dr. Amal Ali, Kirill Mishanin, Ali Zeb, and Soy Farah. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi everyone and welcome, and I know everyone's been excited for this panel because as we know NFTs are hot right now, and $44.2 billion was sent to NFT marketplaces last year, and there's over 6,000 collections on OpenSea. And we've got NFTs for climate, NFTs for art, NFTs for music, NFTs in play-to-earn games, NFTs, crypto collectibles, everything you can imagine. And in the Middle East, the growth of the ownership of crypto last year was 1,800%. So I feel very confident that there's a lot of excited people wanting to hear from our marvelous panel. But also, it's not all just fabulous, because this morning I woke up and the news headline from Reuters was Marketplace suspends NFT sales, citing rampant plagiarism and people are selling unauthorized copies of NFTs, they're minting NFTs when they don't own the asset, and they're selling NFTs which resemble a security. So there's risks in this marketplace, but there's incredible excitement and opportunity. So I've got only 30 minutes with an amazing panel, and so to give them the most amount of time, I want to go straight to the panel and ask them to introduce themselves and briefly say what they're talking about, and bring you as much as we can about NFTs in art and culture, and what's happening in the marketplace. So thank you very much. Please give us a big hand for the panel. So can I ask each of you just to briefly introduce yourselves?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's a privilege and honor to be here among such distinguished attendees and the guests here. To briefly introduce myself, I'm an artist, and you see me through my work, which is displayed all over the place. All these paintings of 99 names of Allah, which I've been doing for almost about 20 years now, based in UAE. And now we have created a new NFT marketplace in collaboration with our partners in UK, and who you are also going to meet later. So that is what we are going to be presenting to you in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Vesa.
Thank you, Dr. Jane. Hello, everyone. Super nice to be here. I'm the other artist, I suppose, digital artist since 2008, and my works are the ones on the screens over there, even though they kind of look like traditional paintings, they're really not. I entered the space in 2017 into crypto art and NFTs. I'm likely the first internationally previously known artist to do so, and it's been a wild ride for the past 4.5 years. And it's going to continue to be that, and I can't wait to share some exciting things for me that might be useful for you.
Thank you. Dr. Amal.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. I'm not an artist. My name is Amal Ibrahim Al-Ali. I am an educator at the University of Sharjah, assistant professor, but at the same time, I'm an art lover. I love art, and I have the International Creative Industries Club, where I teach the students how to turn their art and creativity into something useful, hopefully money.
Thank you very much. Ali?
Hi, Ali Zeb from UK. I'm CEO of Arthur J. Goldman Consultants. Specialized mainly in cybersecurity for the last 25 years, but over the last 7 years moved into blockchain, crypto, and most recently NFTs. And we will be talking about it later on, launching our NFT platform.
Krill.
Hello guys, my name is Kirill Mishanin. I'm the co-founder of InfoDriver Capital. So we bridging venture capital funds to digital, to DeFi, to NFT. We try to interact capital into the new technology, get value to our customers.
Thank you. So Dr. Amal, let's start with you because you're here in the UAE, you're teaching people how to make digital art, you're engaging with NFTs. Tell us about how that's impacting on the UAE artistic community.
Thank you very much. So basically, the UAE has an ambitious agenda in the creative industries. We all have seen how the government of the UAE has launched this strategy to turn into creative economies. From there came the idea, how can we as educators, as academics, help the students turn their hobbies, turn their talents, and look at creativity from different perspectives. Creative arts, I mean, and creativity in all disciplines of life. Now, the UK in 2005 has launched the roadmap for creative industries. And the UAE as well has launched its strategy in creative industries. Now, creativity became really very important. As we speak about the subject of NFT today, we want to see what are our perspectives as educators. First of all, to take this into our curriculum. Now, it's not enough just to talk about it. We need to see real drives that's going to help the students learn NFT in the universities, how it become an important subject. Because without this knowledge, the students will not really be able to appreciate and know the skills that they have and turn them into something useful in the future. So this is one of the topics that it interests me. The other topic is the creative industry itself, how it can benefit from NFT as being part of the creative industries field. I'm not going to talk much. I know I have limited time, but these are the points. If you have any questions later, maybe we can attend to them. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, and that's a fabulous introduction, and that whole point about education is really important, but also stimulating creative industries. So I want now to give Vesa an opportunity because I don't think you're going to see Vesa doing a crypto kitty or an Arab punk. He's a serious artist that's looking at how to bridge these two worlds. So Vesa, let's talk about the way you see this and what you think the future is for NFTs and the creative industries.
Sure. Maybe I take you a little bit back in time. If we think of the beginning of the history of computers, you know, they looked like these massive brick houses, essentially. And even at the beginning of IBM, I believe it was the CEO that said that there's maybe room enough for 5 computers in the world or something like that. So from the ever beginnings of computers, we've had some form of digital creativity that has also happened in the form of computer games, but also art. But because we didn't have the innovation of NFTs, computers were mainly very good at replicating things and then sharing them. So you wouldn't attach scarcity, therefore value, into these digital assets. Now, what these NFTs really do is that you can have, let's say, a famous meme that everyone has seen, and the originator can mint that, as they call it, as an NFT, and then maybe one person can own that NFT. That means that everyone has seen this JPEG, essentially, but one can own it. And what does that do to digital value? So we've had a bottleneck of 50, 60 years of digital creativity that the art world or the collectibles world or the computer sharing world hasn't really seen as a scarce asset. The other way around, it's seen it as something that is widely distributed without value, other than cultural value. And with this thing, you can energize it and monetize it in a very different way. And this can lead into many other things other than art or collectibles. It can maybe revitalize the way that we do the scientific peer review process. Maybe it helps journalism. Maybe it becomes a new engine on how to do crowdfunding and many other ways in a way that will empower people all across the world. And where that really leads to is digital land ownership and many other digital economies. For example, many places in Africa or India or wherever industrial revolution wasn't so much benefited from, what you can now do is that you can make these digital lands and birth new economies among people, an opportunity that wasn't there previously. And that is the super exciting thing. What does this mean, this innovation also, as well as cryptocurrency, to the 3.5 billion people on this planet without access to a bank account? How does it change the whole of the way that we look at value?
Thank you. Like, that's a whole conference in and of itself, but think about what he said because it's incredibly important. But let's go on now to Art Noor, who wants to talk about augmented marketplaces and just give you a taste of that.
I have witnessed, by virtue of my number of years which I have spent on this planet, at least 4 revolutions in the past, and I'm witnessing the 5th one right now. I started with the print media in my advertising avatar, and then went on to TV, and then came .com, which was number 3, and number 4 was social media, and number 5, revolution, which I think is building up in a very major way, is blockchain and NFTs. Because all of a sudden it solves a fundamental problem, which is how to have authentic art, which is verified, a sense of ownership, and globally, available globally. That means an artist from South America can sell to Middle East, and artists from Middle East can sell to Africa, wherever. I mean, it kind of breaks down the borders, which is what is the most fantastic opportunity in the creative industries, as my friend Dr. Amal mentioned, that once the creativity gets to be monetized, it gives a huge power to the young artist, which is something which I also want to catalyze by empowering my community. Fortunately, by virtue of the fact that I've been very active in the art industry here for past 1.5 decades, I want to be able to help at least a couple of 100 artists to be able to market themselves globally. So that is the basic motivation to set up this marketplace, and not just a little thing for myself.
This is so important. Thank you very much. He's raised a number of critical points. One is it's global. Second, it's democratized. Third, it reduces barriers to access, and it monetizes creativity. And the community is the future for all of these platforms. So if you're in business, stop thinking of yourself about a business and start thinking about your community, because this will be the future. So I'd like to welcome Safira. You kind of came on late, but we do have another digital artist here with us, and I'd just like to invite her to make a few comments about what she's been doing. Welcome.
So, hi, I'm Frida. I was the first female crypto artist in Colombia, and Expo Dubai brought me here. And that's why, like, everything is crazy right now. But the thing is, I made everything in pandemic, in my room, lockdown. So the thing is, like, if I can do it, like, why more people can't do it? And also, I'm a girl, so technology is opening us doors where, like, before were impossible, because I defend that. In my country, I speak in Colombia, girls are the ones who take care of the children, and the guy is the one who go and work and bring the food. But now girls can work, can study from home, make their money, and take care of the children. So technology is changing the world, like anything. So I tell the people, what's your passion? Mix your passion with technology and just do it. There is not excuses to don't have your own money. And there is not more excuses you are with a guy because the money. No, you're with a guy because you love him, not because you need his money. So for me, technology, crypto art in my case, is changing the world. I just have a drop with One Young World, the biggest young conference in the world. All the money will be for girls in tech, in STEM. Because of that, I'm a civil engineering also. So thanks for having me here.
Thank you very much, and I totally agree. Technology is hugely empowering for women because it's flexible and they can do it any time of the day or night. So we're going to see a massive change from this. So thank you. So look, we've heard the creatives and all of the wonderful opportunities, but how does that convert into market? So let me ask Ali Zeb, you've got these artists, they're monetizing their content, it's available. Tell us about the future of the next generation marketplaces.
Right, so my kind of take on, when we talk about marketplaces and the future of marketplaces, we need to understand when we say NFT, what is an NFT? So we only know NFT as a JPEG or an image. But if you take away the top layer, an NFT is basically a transaction between one party to another. So the transaction that happens between the two parties to say, I own this transaction number, and it could have anything related to it. So it can be an image, it can be a video, it could be a movie, a song, it could be parts to a car industry, it could be delivery industry. So it's open to multiple different industries. Now, whenever they want to trade, they will have to come to a common marketplace. And that's why when you talk about marketplaces, I think that will become the future as a one-stop shop. Some of us have used or bought NFTs in here, and you are aware of Super Rarible and OpenSea, which are doing in the region around 13 billion kind of a turnover. So that's just the initial start of where we are in the NFT industry. Currently, we are still at the image stage, but if you look at the underlying technology, I think the future will be of marketplaces is that it will become a one-stop shop. I'll give you a small example if I've got time permits. Just the other day, we went to see a concert at the Coca-Cola Arena, 17,000 capacity. Now, you can easily move that onto a blockchain, so Dubai can actually do that. So rather than selling tickets online, you have 17,000 NFTs issued, and that NFT is a picture of your ticket. It doesn't have to be a JPEG or anything else. And I can then show that on the blockchain to say, yes, this is my ticket. Vice versa, I can sell it. But where would I go to sell it? I would go to an NFT marketplace. So just like images, movies, anything that we currently utilize can actually move onto marketplace. So my final take is that the marketplaces will become the future as a one-stop shop for NFTs.
Yeah, thanks very much, and I think that I agree with that. So, Kirill, we've had the creative people, we've had the marketplace. You're an investor. What should we say to the audience here? Should they be buying these NFTs? What's your advice to investors?
So, first of all, my advice not to invest. So the investment is only for people who understand and who are ready to lose their money because they have extra money. But once you decided to invest, first understand the value of each NFT. It could be gaming NFT, which mean that each gaming item you could create as an NFT and you could sell it through game users. So you need to check how big is the user database. Second one, it could be finance profit value NFT. So each NFT token holder which have those NFT have value from those launch pool, private club, whatever. Check how big is the community of it. Or it could be charity NFT, so 10% from each selling pictures goes to animals, children, whatever. It's also value. Or opposite side, there are a lot of pictures and everybody want to buy for $1 and sell for $1 million. The pump is disappeared soon, guys. And only a huge marketing campaign who invest at least $1 million could achieve those results in reselling, and stop one time. So this is our suggestion as a fund. Thank you.
So thank you. And just to give you a sobering statistic, only 28.5% of NFTs purchased during minting and then sold on the platform result in a profit according to chain analysis. So don't think you're going to be a millionaire, and make sure that you do your research. So unfortunately, even though this is the most incredible panel, we don't have a lot of time. So what I'm going to ask each of the people on the panel is just to leave you with a message or a thought or something that you should be investigating or thinking about with the future of NFTs. Clearly, this is a massive marketplace. People are innovating every day, and there's so much more than we could touch on today. But if I can ask each of them to leave you with one parting thought. So maybe we'll just start with you.
Thank you. If I was to really sum up one message which I would leave in this particular conference, is a quote which was on my office wall maybe 20 years ago. It said, "More gold has been mined out of human mind than any gold mine in the world." Think about it.
Thank you. This is the time of the genius. Vesa.
A while ago, I had the great privilege of visiting this one powerful family office, and the main investor was asking me, how do I get into NFTs? We see the wash trading, we see the kind of fake signals, we see all of this trouble that especially the fine art NFT world has. We would very much like to get involved, but we don't know how. Who do we trust? And I said, the best way, especially with regards to fine art NFTs, get to know the artists, their contribution, how they've done, and what they're really bringing to the ecosystem. There's no, at the moment, I wouldn't trust the platforms, I wouldn't trust necessarily the tokens, I wouldn't trust anything other than your personal guidance of maybe what an artist's career is, their contribution, and then whether you like the work, and then some metrics that they've done. And that would be the way to get to it, and without that many third parties.
So thank you. Trust is a very important issue in blockchain generally, but certainly here. So Dr. Amal, what's your message?
Thank you very much. Dr. Jane, you have classified it into two parts, the creative people and the marketplace, and that's how I look at the student at the same way. Creative minds who can be participants and can do well for themselves in monetizing their creativity. On the other side, I also look at these students, the digital generation. I always call them this. I tell them, you are the digital generation. I've seen them when they were kids and with their iPads all the time. So how can we really make NFT part of their daily life? Because it's going to happen. These are new generation coming to us, so we need to be ready. How can we all be participant in this creative economy? That's my message.
Such
Thank
a
you.
huge role for education. Thank you. So Ali.
My only takeaway would be to learn, learn, and learn. We are still very early in this industry. I've spoken to many people outside, and their first kind of response to me, oh, we're too late for NFTs now. The boom is already done. So my kind of take on that is we are at the Netscape stage, for those who are old enough to understand. Amazon, Google, and eBay still to come, so learn.
It's the beginning. There's a long, long journey ahead. So Kirill, how about you?
So my suggestion for early investors, as I mentioned before, not to invest, but once you decided, check the project, check the team, check the value which they bring to the market, and check the market itself. Does it exist? So does you need 1 million version of monkeys or 1 million version of whatever? So, and after it, spend at least not the full percentage of your money, like 30% of your money.
Thank you. So Sophia, a rousing and inspiring end from you.
So remember that we are all connected by one line trace, and if you are connected to your soul, you can shine brighter. So invest in crypto artists that are connected with their soul, and if they have 1 million and thousands of billions of dollars in their account, they will teach and do really good things with that money, not buy 10,000 Lamborghinis, because we need good people in this world right now.
Thank you. So I'd just like you to thank everyone on the panel.
you.
And please go and speak to them afterwards because they're all amazing people. But just remember that this is the beginning of something that's going to be transformational. It's global, it's democratized, it reduces barriers to access, it enables people to monetize their data and their creative content, and it's all about community. So we'll leave you with those thoughts, and thank you so much for joining this panel, and please let's give our panel members a big round of applause.
Let's do one picture, guys.
Photo.
Return back. Picture? Yeah, please. Professional guy. Smile. Come.
So you connected with your soul during COVID, right?
Yeah.
So you guys just be patient with us a bit.
Just graduated from school.
Next up, selfies with the audience.
Hello. Everyone awake after lunch? Do we hear a yeah? Okay, just testing. So I've been dumped on this last minute for old time's sake. I'm going to call upon for the next panel, which is about tax and digital asset regulations. So could I have Baiba? I saw her earlier. Oh, yeah, there you go. On stage. Round of applause, by the way, guys. Come on. Anna, I saw Anna as well. She was with me for lunch. Anna. Solomon, I saw him as well. Solomon. No, not on this one. Another Anna, sorry. Anna Tutova. I forget you. No, you're Romanian. She's Ukrainian. Different. And who else have we got? Oh, Adrienne. Adrienne is here. Great. Do we have some mics? Could I ask you to sit over there and then I can... Sorry. Okay. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Bohri Patel. I'm a serial entrepreneur, best-selling author, public speaker, blah, blah. I've been in the blockchain space for good 7-8 years now, I would say. My background is all tech, so right from the early days of Sun Microsystems, Java, IBM, all that, to doing 2 investment funds, 2 exchanges, 2 banks, 2 digital wallets, etc. Now doing, for the last 2 years, a tokenized asset platform and an investment fund. That's me. So just like that, 30 seconds. Everyone, if you do a quick intro, and then we'll take it from there.
Hello, everybody. Great to see many people here today. My name is Anna Tutova. I'm CEO of Coins Telegram, and we have a crypto fund, a news media, and PR consulting agency. Thank you.
Hi again. My name is Solomon, and we are Majestic Coin. We have a full ecosystem, blockchain, wallet, exchange, native coin.
Hi,
Adrian. I'm the marketing director of PayFoot, which is going to be the metaverse of football. So we also have our own blockchain and tokens and stablecoin.
Hi, my name is Baiba Brocka. I'm a legal and financial advisor. I'm representing international intergovernmental organization UNIDROIT, which is Institute for Unification of Private Law, and also being legal and financial advisor for several DeFi projects.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so let's kick this off with the latest and the greatest, and I had a little fun with Anna earlier about what you know about taxation, and she says India. Okay, so India, as we all know, headlines just now, is they've actually come out and said we're going to tax, like anything else, 30% for crypto, which I think is fantastic news, at least for acknowledging that we will accept crypto now in a country which, if you look at 1.3 billion, majority are the younger generation, okay? And who are into this, a lot of the big exchanges there. So from a legal point of view, we know lots of jurisdictions, certainly I've done 3 structures. What do you think is the next favorable thing to happen in terms of legally accepted stuff? And I know Dubai has been talking about doing some things legal for a number of years, but we still don't have banking, we still don't have legal exchange presence over here. What do you think is the next big thing that would help here? Are you helping with anything there?
In UAE?
Yeah, in UAE.
I think UAE also, at the beginning, actually, you know, because of the lockdown in Europe, became like a safe harbor where the lot of the blockchain industry representatives came here and stayed here. And government is very friendly and open to let the business to grow. At the same time, following all the initiatives around the world, what relates to the legal regulation. And of course, you know, I mentioned that I'm representing international organization, which also has an agenda very actively right now working on a soft law document guidelines for national legislators, which call digital assets and private law. And this is very important because, you know, if you look during the last 15 years, we could say that in different legal concepts, different legal jurisdictions, different countries try to time also, courts try to time to interpret and come up with a definition. What does it mean, digital asset, cryptocurrency, crypto asset, virtual currency? So we see that there's so many different terms, legal terms have been used around the world. And actually, it is not facilitating to this industry to grow. In order to facilitate development of this very specific technological industry. So it was agreed that countries come together from different legal concepts and try to at least to agree on a basic terminology, to come up, you know, and to issue this document, which will be the first step towards to maybe international convention one day, that, you know, would facilitate international business to speak in the one legal language at least. And this is very, very, very important because every country and also UAE will have a document which knows that they have like a competent institution behind saying this we would like to advise you to adopt in your legislation these terminologies, these principles, these regulations.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of like leads me on to taking it on to Solomon here. So what Baiba is saying here is definition of terms, basically of what is a digital asset, how is it traded, is it security, utility, blah, blah. And in your neck of the woods, meaning where you live now, not Africa, the SEC and the XRP thing, I think is going to be, in my view, a good step to define some of this for the rest of the world to follow. I think the rest of the world will probably take some of that definition and move it on. But there are lots of structures for taxation and regs that Wyoming, I mean, I've got a company that I think you have as well, right? Yeah, Wyoming seems to be coming out and doing something which is not typical US-like. What's your latest experience with that?
Well, the good thing about the United States is that, can you guys all hear me?
Give me a thumbs up if
Yeah.
you can hear me.
Just take it
All
a
right.
little bit in. Yeah.
Each state is able to operate and make decisions of its own mind. So the United States, though it's one country, each state has different laws for different things, which I think is a good thing. So in Wyoming, where they're accepting crypto, and anyway, it's a tax haven there. A lot of people don't know that. Not just Vegas.
Only for non-residents.
Only for non-residents, exactly. So if you're looking for a tax haven, believe it or not, the United States is one of those places. And a lot of people are starting to go to Wyoming for banking, for corporations and things like this. It leads me to this point. If there are regulations and taxation on crypto, that means that the general public in the authoritative realm, their minds are starting to open. And that's a good thing. Originally, crypto was created to almost be this rebellious system because the banking system didn't work, right? And there are great tenets in crypto, which, peer-to-peer transactions, which are amazing, that created the main problem with the banks. Now the banks see, we can't stop this thing. So going back to regulations, we have to set definitive markers on what coin does what, right? And when you can define that, you can tax that. And so I think there should be two different type of tax brackets actually for crypto. If we have to accept taxes, one should be on actual coins that have utility and have good purpose, whether they're investment security coins that operate like real world gold or silver or something like this, asset-backed coins such as what we have, or meme coins, which are just created by kids in their garage or basement. I don't think those should be taxed. It's a good thing to invest in something and see it rise up, right? But it's not dangerous to the system because for those type of tokens, they don't have utility and they don't have an exit, right? You can be a crypto millionaire or a crypto billionaire and you're not actually rich, right? And so in one sense, it's not a threat, but when we start talking about stable coins and things like this, these are things that can actually completely change a whole system, and there we can look at regulations.
Yeah, thanks. And I'd like to add to that as well. You talk about the meme coins. It's just like the gambling scenario where in majority of the countries, if you're gambling or even horse racing betting, there's a small element of tax paid at source, and that's it. All your profit is tax-free. And I think if they even did something like that, even if it's 1-2% on the meme coins, I think it's good because there are lots of fake, rogue meme coins out there. Yeah, plenty of them. And it'll hopefully shake some of those guys out as well in the sense that they'll have to do some reporting. So you'll get all these scam coins in meme coins, yeah, all the variants of the popular ones handled. You also mentioned something very interesting about the securities and the utility side. So I did a coin 3 years ago where we even proposed you pay the tax for the utility up front for a small percent, 5%. So the community, if they paid that at source, whenever there's profit taken, they would know what your buy was and they'll know what your exit is. If they even take the 5% at source and through the blockchain give it back to the government, that would be a fantastic step forward as well. So that was something I proposed to a couple of governments and it's too hard to do. Adrian, I'd like to bring you in. In your view, you mentioned you're doing something with football metaverse. Interesting. I'll talk to you later. So where are you going to be regulated, or is it going to be regulated? Where are you looking for to do this sort of thing? And I presume it's a utility coin, right?
Yeah, we have a stable coin and a crypto. I really believe, like you, that a small percentage should be done on every transaction for government. But then the regulation should be really low because it's going so fast. Government needs to understand that crypto is a real revolution and made by pioneer and most of the most creative people in the world. And now it's a community. It hasn't any borders. and it begins to have a real philosophy, like back in the day of the internet, where we thought that internet would be free, and then was taken by Google or Facebook. And you see now that a lot of people are talking about Web3 and giving back power to people, because the real power is people, is a number of people. We are now 8 billion, and why we created PayFoot is for inclusion. It's like for people to have the possibility to have a wallet, to send money to their parents or to their children without any taxation. Like when you see Western Union, like the taxation is so big. When you see the bank, like your money transfer, they take 20 euro, you don't know even why, and it takes like 4 days to arrive at the space. So crypto is there really like to give back the power to people. And that's why I think regulation should be as low as possible, because not so many people are wanting to make scam or this kind of stuff. Like 90% of people, maybe 95% of people want to do good and to do good things, and they are blocked by a lot of things that crypto totally explode. So that's why I really think it's a revolution. It's an inclusion for everybody because it's simple. You don't have many rules to understand. You don't have to make studies of finance and this kind of stuff. You can be really creative, create your own NFT, get back to your client directly. Crypto and the blockchain and the NFT and metaverse is like putting down all the intermediary. Like you are in contact directly with the people that you want to be in contact anywhere in the world. And that's why we choose like football, because it's like 4 billion of people, 4 billion of fans that want really to be involved in something new and create a real new world. And for example, now you can win money in playing games. And we know that the study shows that 80% of the low salary and low diplomated people will have no job in like 10 years. So we need to invent really a new world where in fact money is abundant, because in fact that's the reality. Money is abundant. We created money on the gold, then on the oil, then now money has no value, because we know that since COVID and since the subprime problem, like the governments and the federal bank put so much money on the market that the money hasn't any value except the value we give it. So that's why crypto is revolutionizing everything.
Yeah, something you mentioned as well on the .com side. So very interesting, because I was there in the valley before Google and Netscape and all these guys. I was with Netscape and Sun with Java and Facebook. Nothing existed, and we were trying to do the same thing, I remember. And it's like deja vu for me, last 7 years coming back, where we were trying to lobby the US government to say there's going to be all these bricks and mortars businesses. And I remember distinctly the Toys R Us scenario, telling them you will die unless you move on to a .com type of a site. And government stopped it because they said, how you control tax and how do you do this? So my advice to people is, if you're going to innovate and you're an entrepreneur, you know, have some big kahunis, right? Sorry, in French. So if you're just going to stay put and say, I'll wait till the government sorts something out until I launch my project, you will not innovate. So innovate, keep innovating, right? And the governments will figure out, and don't do things that are bad. You know, try and be as legal, you know, the usual ML, terrorism, all the usual nasty stuff, stay away from it. Do the right thing for the community and you will succeed, because the regs are not 100%. There are a few countries, Liechtenstein, Switzerland, Caymans, and Estonia, Lithuania, what you talked about for banking rather than banks. I've been saying it for 10 years, having done 2 banks. The world needs banking. That's why you're developing what you're developing. The younger generation cannot wait to go into a branch and transact, especially when they've moved away from parents. So they need to transact globally. There is no level playing field there, right? No loyalty. Anna, I'd like to bring you in here. So you do a lot of press media and you go to a lot of events. Where do you think just now is the hot areas that people are talking about to say, you know what, it'd be nice to do your organization structure because that has good recs, a good banking acceptance to open a bank account. You can't do that here as well, by the way, very easily. Where do you get that feel from the places you speak to?
So generally, there are several jurisdictions which are really crypto-friendly and attract a lot of crypto companies and capital. The recent one is probably Portugal, because currently they offer zero tax on gains. So a lot of companies moved there, and they hosted just last year a lot of crypto events, and as well many people from Europe, especially from Germany, I know, getting residency here just not to pay taxes in the countries and simply to avoid paying taxes. As well in the US, for example, there is Puerto Rico, where, for example, Pedro is from. But so I know recently there was some initiative from the US government that there may be implemented taxation there, so maybe it will stop to be a crypto haven. As well, in other jurisdictions are good, not in terms of the taxes, but in terms of running your crypto blockchain company. For example, Switzerland is known as well with high requirements to the establishment of crypto companies. So as well, it gives trust to your investors, to partners, and to consumers. To the users that that company is not just average and another crypto company which will run away, but which is strictly regulated and past high due diligence. As well, UK is quite a good jurisdiction in Singapore, and here in the Middle East we see that some crypto companies from China moved here, especially some Chinese exchanges, like for example Binance has some initiatives here, but they as I know, they don't have a legal entity here, just signed, for example, memorandum of understanding with World Trade Center on the development of some crypto regulations and building the crypto hub here, but they got the approval from Bahrain. And I see as well developments from other Middle Eastern countries. And if you talk specifically about Middle East, there is as well quite big interest from investors, both institutional and retail ones, in trading crypto. I don't have statistics for the UAE, and I think UAE is quite big because there is zero tax. And another thing, it attracts a lot of foreigners, a lot of expats, both because it's good from the tax side, and as well the government is friendly and the infrastructure of the country. But if we talk about some other countries, for example, in terms of crypto adoption, Egypt is on the first place. They have 1.8 million users. Morocco is on the second place. They have around 800 crypto users. And Saudi Arabia is on the third place with 453,000 users. And as well, I've recently been in Saudi Arabia, and I've heard that, for example, around the majority of the traffic on the RAIN exchange, which is regulated in Bahrain, is from Saudi Arabia. And as well, Binance as well has quite a lot of users from Saudi Arabia, so there is quite big interest from these countries.
I'm looking to do a Saudi Arabia, Bahrain fintech license there. It sounds like they're way ahead, and I hope this year, with the pressure from Binance and a few of us over here, helps, Dubai, Abu Dhabi at least, put some legal structure and regs in to say, yes, you can have an exchange, yes, you can have a fintech bank, and that will be a major step. That will be a game changer for this part of the world, I think. Let's take it to stable coins. You had, and I was speaking to one of the news channels upstairs, you have the whole region of, the India, the China doing digital coins, right? And then you have some European ones. Then you have, the Portugals and all these waiting to do something for themselves. Africa, there's a number of initiatives there. To me, this is good, like what you were saying. It's good, it tells you that the government are accepting it. Solomon, what do you think, and we'll cover this more on our fireside chat, what do you think in terms of regs for Africa? Just like you are in US with 54 states, you're in Africa with 54 countries or so, right? It's all different. Do you think if Africa really came up with some single reg to do that, that would really be a disruptor in itself? I would love that to happen, being African-born myself, as you know. Do you think that will happen first?
That's a dangerous question.
Far-fetched, right? You're not politics. You're not in DC just now. You're in Dubai.
Well, I absolutely believe it will happen, and that's why we created our stablecoin. I don't think you were here for the presentation, but there you can see the meteorite is one of our assets that actually backs the coin. And you have to, this idea of a stable economy or a one currency in Africa has been proposed for a long time. Since 1945, Kwame Nkrumah sat in a room with Haile Selassie, Jomo Kenyatta, and many others, and they had a meeting on uniting Africa. That meeting was long, it was extensive, but Nkrumah said one thing. He said, we should not leave here unless we have one currency, one nation, and one capital, and he proposed it to be in Kinshasa because, as you know, the world's reserves are there in the DRC. And he said, if we don't do this, it will be another 60 years before we have a chance to even talk about this again. And so that idea started then, and then it evolved, and we all know the story of Gaddafi. He proposed the same idea by taking all of the natural resources in Africa and creating one currency, not a stable currency, but one currency behind it. And we know where he is today. And so the issue is that you have much of Africa, though it is free, it is still, in some sense, colonized. So they actually don't have their own assets. So you can't just take what you have in the country and say, we're going to take all this away from people that we have agreements with, China, Europe, you name it, and see you guys later, this is it. And so this is where I believe we come in as a solution, not to be prideful or anything, but we can and have amassed more than $1.1 trillion worth of assets that can immediately be infused as a stable currency in Africa, where they get to now utilize their own resources. They can add behind that. And it doesn't have to be a floating currency. Now, to the second question that you asked, which is, can this be done? Yes, and it is disruptive. And we know that because much of Africa's currency is pegged to the euro or pegged to the dollar. And the moment that you get away from the dependency of the IMF or the World Bank, you create troubles for yourself. So if a movement like that happens, it has to happen consciously over the whole continent, because one country will be put down. Two countries can start a little spark, but they'll still be put down. But if you get 5 countries together, 6 countries together, 16, so forth and so on, now you have a strong union, and this is what the African Union was created for. And I think it can happen, and you can slowly begin to integrate into that system. We already have a law for it. It's written down in the Africa Free Trade Agreement, where they're proposing one singular currency for Africa. I don't see any other solution apart from a stablecoin for that.
Yeah, I mean, my strong belief, and you talked about Mzee Jomo Kenyatta and his movement with Umoja, it was called. If your father's here, he'd probably recognize the word as well. Yeah, so that Umoja thing, I did it with Mandela 3 years ago. I tried doing that. It's hard work. It really is hard work for many reasons, and a lot of it is to do with politics as usual. And unfortunately, I feel for it that, you know, I go to so many events where you say Africa needs investors. Africa doesn't need bloody investors. They've got so much resources, and I think you might have heard me saying it's colonialism 2.0. If you go for looking for that, it's the same old Western people will come and colonialize it, or the Chinese as they're doing it now. Sorry to shout it out, but that's what's happening. If they just tokenize their own assets, you've got investments, right? And I hope you're successful in that. But the regs is the thing that could stop you, and that's the thing that concerns me. What regs would be implemented in Africa? It concerns me.
So to that question, thank you. Regulation here is...
Especially knowing what happens in the likes of Nigeria and Libya and all those places, sorry to say it.
Yeah, I mean, you have the e-Naira, which
and
is...
e-Naira is started, yeah.
The e-SETI, and no one's using it, by the way.
For obvious reasons.
Right. and it's not a stable coin, so it's
a police coin, right?
Yeah, it's a police coin. It's a digital version of what they already have, which is, it's a non-trusted currency. But in regards to regulation, we cannot do this without regulation. We can't do it without regulation. Africa as a whole, or at least the leaders that be on the African Union, have to be able to see what's on the other side of accepting a digital asset as your currency, as a stable coin, what type of freedom it allots. And it's a challenge, it's where we're working, but I think if we can, number one, start in banks. You asked her a question, what's the next step, right? We're getting regulations on crypto where it's being taxed. That's key. If we can present a tax law for a general wallet in Africa.
Yeah, but I mean, this is something I'd said, and I'd like to bring Baiba's view on this, where I said to, when I was doing the Mandela and the Kenya thing, I said, look, if tax is your concern, we'll do 5% at source, accept it, but move forward. You will get rid of money laundering, you'll get rid of all these illegal activities, you'll collect money that you didn't know. Naiba, if you were advising with your legal hat on to Africa in terms of, it's a huge, huge market. If you tokenize even a fraction of the assets there, the resources, it's more than the 1 or 2 trillion that, I think Solomon mentioned. It's in the tens of trillions, really. So what would be your advice in terms of how they legalize and regulate? And there are a lot of cryptocurrencies there already, and wallets and payment engines and lots of things there. There's lots of them. Lots of blockchain in Kenya, lots in South Africa, lots in Ghana, Nigeria.
Yeah, first of all, we are talking about Africa, but Africa itself is very different, so many different countries, but and there are countries which are very strict on cryptocurrency with absolute ban, saying, this is something absolutely illegal. We ban it because why? We don't know solution how to let it develop. That's why we have the position, we will wait, we'll ban, we will watch what's happening around, and then we will come with probably solution. But then are countries which are more democratic and more like friendly to the industry, having like this sandbox approach, saying, please, we let you to work, we will see how it's going, and when it's really necessary, then we as a government with regulations, we will intervene. And at the same time, I would like to say that it's not so that even in Africa, different countries, that the blockchain industry would be working in a vacuum of regulation. It is not like, still there is a lot of rules regarding to anti-money laundering policies, about know your customer policies. There's still, whatever businesses you want to do and set up, you have to follow those rules. What is necessary really to see, and already if we look at the decentralized finance, and if we look to the African people, how many there are unbanked people, and at the same time, it's very difficult for them, even impossible by existing regulations maybe, to open a bank account. But still, majority of people have smartphones where it's very easy to upload the different applications, which has no borders actually. There is not like a connection or with a particular geographical country. So, and that's why, of course, government should allow, first of all, for customers to use those services and to see, what kind of specific, regulations will be needed. But the first of all is really to let, for example, for some particular industries, payment industries to come, to follow these rules and maybe to work in hand-to-hand with the financial supervisory authorities, central banks, And last week, actually, it was very successful African Investment Summit. I was participating also in 2 panels what relates to central bank digital currency. And I would say in some of the issues, African countries are more progressive than many of European countries.
Well, that's
already
true.
ready to adopt it and ready to come up with some kind of solutions and to explore these like CBDCs. You know, saying because the technology, smart contract actually is great solution. Every country can program whatever you want in this central bank digital currency. Maybe you want to promote tourism, you can program it, you know, program it in as a smart contract for a CBDC.
Yeah.
It's huge, but you actually can do it.
Yeah, and I think Solomon and me, we were at one of these African investment forums in Burj Al Arab, I think, a few months ago. Yeah. And we were saying, you know, Africa can really do it, but sometimes it's the politicians hindering it do it for obvious reasons as well. So how you overcome that?
Sometimes, it always depends on politicians.
No, hindering in the sense of illegal ways and bribes and usual stuff, right? Okay, we are short of time. Adrian, any comments, any final thoughts on favorable regs? What do you think will happen in the future? Any vision?
That the people don't understand that it's a real revolution that's gonna last.
I think people understand revolution
no,
in this room.
Yeah, maybe in this room, but I think
yes.
we still have old debates about that, because now with the metaverse you don't have any borders, and the asset will be valuable really more, and the younger generation is giving really more value to the digital asset than the real one. So now you have VPN, you have all this kind of stuff. So the only thing is to do education and to help people to get the wallet and to understand how it works, because they could make really more money than in a traditional way. And like that, you don't have any borders. So that's why I think the most important is to encourage people to get their wallet, to enter in the crypto world, to understand about the blockchain. Yeah. And that's why, for example, the football is really a great promotion for this, and I think we should really educate people to enter in this world and not try to regulate it too much.
Yeah, which is what I was saying as well, you know, don't wait for regulations to stop you innovate. And our last thoughts?
So currently we see that governments are still, like, some are more friendly to crypto, others are not, but we should understand that it's more caution from the side of governments, and especially US is considered to be like the toughest regulated, with the toughest regulated laws. So basically just their primary purpose is to protect investors, and anyway they're still doing some more research on this industry, and we will see in future some better implementations and some more clarity from the government regulations and authorities.
Thank you. Solomon, final thoughts? Main sponsor, you can have the last word. Go on.
Well, yeah, I think that anyone that's in here that's a regulator should really take a serious look at why cryptocurrency, or digital currency, is the way forward, and how to find some synchronicity between the old and the new. And I think if we can put some old habits down and actually continue to evolve as we do as humans, in every sector of life, there's been evolution. Not in the sense of Darwin, okay? But I mean, 1,000 years ago, we didn't have cars. Today, not only do we have cars, we have superjets. Tomorrow, maybe you'll be flying with something else.
Time capsules.
Right? And if you look at what we're doing today in discovery, we've gone from discovering the Earth to the ocean, now to space. And so I think if we take that same approach in the financial sector and we can think forward as a human race, we'll do a lot better.
Thank you. Talking about old and new, if even the super old investor like Warren Buffett can do it now, that I think should be a rubber stamp for most people. It's safe enough. Forget the looking for the why crypto and why invest in here. Do your due diligence. This is not financial advice, but support it. All right, round of applause to the panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be back here. And we're going to have probably, I think, the last panel discussion and then 2 more speakers, and we will close the day. So our panel discussion is going to combine of several key elements. So Dr. Zayed El-Emery, Thibaut, there is Pedro, who's already here, and there's Valentin. Right, and it's me. Okay, good. I don't get a chair. Can we get another chair? It's okay, I'll stand up, no problem. It's good exercise. There is where? Ah, there is one in the middle. Okay, I'll sit. There's microphones. Okay. Any place is okay. No problem. We need more mics, but it's okay. So we need the mask for the mics. It's okay, it's okay. Okay, welcome everybody. As you know, back up. Okay, so everybody. Okay, as you know, all the things that we get involved in IT for the last, you can say, almost 35 years, has always been about digital innovation or digital transformation. So we're trying to change the way we do business. Blockchain, NFT, DeFi, Metaverse, and gamify, and I probably miss 1 or 2 for sure in the process, are all part of this digital transformation. The group that we have here are thought leaders, and they are also innovators in their own field, either because they are in regulated fields or they have projects that are related with blockchain, tokenization. Some are involved as investors and they have startup incubators, VCs. Some may have some innovation project associated with sports like football. And some may be listing some of these projects so they get traction, liquidity. And some just come from very far away. And they like Dubai so much that they visit us on a regular basis. But a lot of this big gang in blockchain and crypto, which quite a lot of good friends, come from a place known as Puerto Rico. So we have a multitude of languages: French, Spanish, Polish, I think, Russian, Arabic, Portuguese, Spanish, French. I'm missing probably a few, but so I will get everybody the chance to participate in a little bit contributing the vision of what they see, these big elements of transformation. Is it really the metaverse, everything, NFT, or a combination of all these technologies together to create something unique? Maybe a new version of e-commerce like Web 3.0, where we combine all these technologies together. I had a chance to be with Pedro yesterday at EcoX, so let me start first with Pedro because he's got quite a vocal way of contributing to these projects, and some of them are in the pipeline as well. The question is, what do you see as the future of all these technologies combined together, and how is this creating the revolution in our environment? So a little bit of a crystal ball where we will be maybe in 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years?
You know, Bill Gates is famous for saying that people overestimate what they'll do in a year and underestimate what they'll do in 10 years. So I typically think 3 to 6 months to a year is probably not enough time for the industry to shift as much as we want it to, or maybe as much as we'd like. But what I could see for the blockchain space as a whole is basically a transition from, most people lose the fact of what the true power of blockchain is, which is the fact it's a better accounting metric, which is verification, triple entry bookkeeping. So 500 years ago, double entry bookkeeping changed the way we do business. It created banks, right? It gave you the ability to keep track of debts and credits, and it's exactly how every business in the world does business today. The problem with that accounting method is that it requires a third-party auditor or verification specialist to verify whether or not your books are correct or not, right? So anytime you go to sell your business or you do a real estate transaction, you need a third-party auditor or verification specialist to verify whether that information is correct, which thus ultimately raises the price of goods and services all across the board. The true power of blockchain is the triple entry bookkeeping, right? That triple entry is verification. The network itself, over 51% of the network, has to agree the transaction happened, it took place, there was $1 in this wallet, it no longer exists in this wallet, now it exists in this wallet, and it can't be spent again, and it's verified by the network and it's incentivized by cryptocurrency. A lot of people are confused by that. People think that you can have blockchain without cryptocurrency. Those are essentially centralized blockchains, which actually offer no benefit. They actually are a hindrance because they're storage capacity issues. So once people become actually educated of the true power of blockchain, people will no longer want to do business with people who are not operating on a blockchain, because they'll understand that this means that actually your accounting metrics are accurate, right? And they're transparent and they're verifiable and easily to see on board. The time for that to happen, you know, is subjective. It could be, my estimation, somewhere between 2 to 5 years. But once the general public actually becomes educated to the true power of blockchain, what will happen is that it'll be a landslide effect where no one will want to do business with anyone that is not on a blockchain because of the verification aspect that blockchain offers. So essentially, if you look at it as from that perspective, which is a better accounting metric, and you realize 500 years have gone by where 100% of the businesses have used this accounting metric, that will now shift into this new accounting metric, which is triple entry bookkeeping, then ultimately you realize the opportunity and you recognize why it'll be such a landslide of people getting involved in the industry. So right now, what you see is the tip of the iceberg of all the businesses that will be headed to the blockchain space, because again, all businesses will go to triple entry bookkeeping at some point or another in the future.
You mentioned blockchain, but we have other technologies, like, for example, metaverse. What is your opinions on the mixture of these? Because the metaverse could or could not use blockchain in their
Well, yeah, I mean, ultimately, the metaverse is going to be primarily, I mean, the concept of metaverse has been around for a while, right? Second Life was built, you know, a similar version of the metaverse. But what we see now is that technology is catching up with it. So the number one ingredient you have for success in any business is timing, right? So the timing 20 years ago for metaverse or for a digital world wasn't exactly there because the hardware couldn't keep up, the hardware and the software. So as we see the hardware progressing, the technology progressing, we see that the timing is starting to be right for that. The appeal of the metaverse for a lot of people seems to be, you know, lost on a lot of people, but the appeal for the metaverse is very simple. The ability for someone who's maybe not so tall to be very tall and handsome and attractive, or someone who may be not so in shape to be all of a sudden very much in shape, or someone who may want to drive a nicer car, right? If you can't afford a $400,000 sports car, but all of a sudden you can get one for maybe $400 in the metaverse, and now you can feel what it's like to drive around in a Lamborghini and get that kind of appreciation from people. This is what appeals to people, the ability to be something other than yourself without going through the transformation that you would have to go through real life that takes very instantaneously, not to mention distances. The ability to communicate and interact in the metaverse is something that people not exactly are seeing right now at this moment, but as things progress and as the hardware and the software combined progress and technology, it just kind of merges together, you'll start to see like conferences in the metaverse, concerts, events, and venues and things like that will take place in the metaverse, and it'll give you the ability to interact with people globally at a much rapid pace, and it won't, you know, things like me flying back and forth from Puerto Rico to Dubai every month probably won't happen because we'll interact more and more in the metaverse.
So it was your day 2 days ago, Valentin?
Yes, maybe fourth one, and I'm restarting rooftops. Welcome. So Pedro started to highlight this bookkeeping problem for metaverse, and I'm sure this is about $250 problem. The value created could be $250. I will explain you why. Who had conflicts with partners? Please raise hands. Did you have conflicts with partners, with friends, with spouses? Conflicts. Oh, somebody showed this, okay. So most of these conflicts, I'm sure 99% of them, is about who owns what. So who should give how much social currency, favors, or the property. Eventually, that's about ownership. Who owns what? And to solve this problem of ownership, kings needed army. So they need army to protect their land and then ensure that their money worth something. And there are people who can own them. Then they need some police, courts, and so on to enforce property rights. And blockchain solves this bookkeeping problem, but it's way bigger than bookkeeping. It's about political systems. It's a very important problem which is called property ownership, property rights. And our civilization is built on top of this problem, on top of solution of these problems. So imagine where the world where you have less conflicts. So you do not have tension. You just ask, how many tokens you have? Vote on the DAO, you don't have conflicts. Vote on them. And then own outcome of your votes. Is the token price growing? Is the business growing? Is your family growing? It can be eventually tokenized, right? So, and currencies is one of the first steps. Then there are other assets. There are startup tokens, equities, and so on. And this will grow. And entire capital markets will be tradable 24/7. Many markets which are not liquid will be more liquid, like social currency markets already started to get into the capital markets with NFTs, so that you can measure price of each of the followers, each of the stories behind some pictures, for example. So this property rights problem solution is huge. It is $250 billion value. So current value of the global economy is $3 quadrillion, right? So solving this problem with blockchain can magnify performance of the humankind, especially in countries where political systems are not as efficient to protect human rights and in particular property rights.
My next colleague next to me is a gentleman by the name of Thibaut. We have done at least 3 projects together, somehow in progress. And Thibaut is not just a writer, but also involved in very interesting futuristic projects. So Thibaut, tell us a little bit about it.
Thank you. I'm a little puzzled, my dear friend George, because the topic of today is the future of blockchain, but I would be more than thrilled to talk about pay-foot. But then I will make the link between the future of blockchain and pay-foot. So I am in the middle of the topic. And I sometimes speak like a lawyer because that's what I am as a background, so sorry for this. I like to have organized ideas. So I see four directions for the future of blockchain. The first, something that we all understand, at least intuitively, is changing the monetary and the financial system. That's obvious. And I promised to someone to talk about my spiritual understanding of blockchain. And for me, the finance or the monetary system is dual, meaning that when you want a system to be balanced, you need to have yin and yang, feminine and masculine energies balanced. And we live in a society where there is no balance. The financial or the monetary system is, let's say, it's an archetype, of course. It's too masculine, too short-term, too based on immediate profits and no sustainability. And blockchain and crypto, I know it might sound strange because a lot of profits are involved in blockchain, but definitely my belief is that with the technology, we are seeing more and more tokens which are designed to be exchanged. and to be used in a real economy, even if it is virtual, real economy, and not just to be kept to make more money. So there is that promise of a more balanced system between yin and yang currencies. That's the first direction that I see. The second direction that I see is other trust systems. You name it, there are so many of them. You know, health, let's one randomly, health systems. Health systems is based on trust, is based on databases, is based on governments, control everything. And you have there in so many other supply chain systems where blockchain is an obvious technology and it's limitless. And the third, and probably for me today, the most exciting one, is that blockchain has the potential to totally revolutionize the internet itself. And I am the chairman of a foundation in Belgium called IUR, we say it in French. It's Internet, Google it, Internet of Universal Resources. And that's a perfect example of the so-called Web 3.0 Internet, which is being made possible thanks to blockchain, where instead of having 10 monopolies or 10 super dominant companies, you know, Google, etc., and offering all the services of the internet, with the merger, the marriage between internet and blockchain, a real decentralized internet becomes possible. And the last point, and I'm making the bridge with Payfoot, is that society at large can be totally modified by blockchain, just because, for a simple reason, is that with blockchain, liquid, what we call sometimes liquid democracy, it's a concept. Liquid democracy, that's the new evolution of democracy, of direct democracy. Direct democracy, it's a hard thing to achieve. You know, to involve people in a decision-making process, many people, it's hard. That's why we invented democracy. And blockchain makes liquid democracy, which is an ultimate form of democracy, with governance tokens, and where people can be, everyone can be involved in the democracy. That's what we are building with Payfoot. With Payfoot, we are building a system where you have a dual monetary system between a yang currency and a yin currency, a stable coin and a crypto, and we are building a metaverse which is a liquid democracy, where all the funds can be involved through governance tokens under the umbrella of an association, which is like, if you want, the FIFA of the metaverse. Thank you.
There is an interesting concept that was rephrased by two of the previous speakers, and that's governance and DAO, decentralized autonomous organization. It's kind of a modern decentralized organization that the people that own the digital tokens are able to participate and vote in a much more democratic, decentralized way in the projects and decision-making process. So another term to add to the list of NFTs, Metaverse, DeFi, etc. So we have here a lady that received, I guess, the award on behalf of Gaurav. Gaurav cannot be with us today, but it's a pleasure to meet you. I do not know your name. Anna Maria. Anna Maria, pleasure to meet you. So we would like to get your perspective, I guess, more from electronic payment systems, etc., because they're an essential part of the decentralization, and you can say the democratization of finance to make it accessible to some people, including the ones in Africa that presented to us before.
Hello, I just wanted to make sure that you all know that Kumar is busy building the future of blockchain. That's why he's not here. I am Ana Maria. I've been working with Kasha for over 4 years. I'm the vice president on the corporate banking and the licensing side. Kasha is one of the largest crypto-friendly banking platforms in the world. We host and we bank the largest titans, including Binance and KuCoin, CoinDC, CoinDCX, and many others.
Disaster recovery.
Yes, I think it's I'm sorry. Like my colleague said, the metaverse and the NFTs are one of the future of this blockchain. Actually, right now we are working on a new project that we are going to launch soon. It's about a real-life experience in the metaverse. It's a fun project. It's all about integrating people and bring people together. It's going to be launched soon, so we are having a private party soon on 19. For those who want to join, you can contact me later. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Last member of the panel is Dr. Zaid El-Imari, and he'll give us a more localized perspective.
Hi, everyone. We know that the blockchain is one of the new technology, maybe before like internet. It is a huge opportunity and a huge potential thing we can do. The funny thing, some people thought the blockchain is about cryptocurrency. It's about just Bitcoin. So even he can listen to you and understand what is it. The blockchain is better than this, and there is a lot of applications you can convert it to the blockchain. And the power of the blockchain is the verification. The verification is more important thing, and the fast of transactions, and you save a lot of time and cost as well. UAE government discovered that since 2018, and they have a strategic plan to convert 100% of the transactions, government transactions, till 2024. Nowadays, we are range about 50%. For my work in the ministry, we transfer 5 services to the blockchain. One of these very interesting thing, we have NGO, non-government organizations election. We have around 280. So before the pandemic, we are doing the elections actual in their offices. They stay one day, just do one election, because you have to wait and verify the members, the voters one by one. Nowadays, we are doing 2 or 3 a day. We built a system in the blockchain. Everyone, for the voter, he can create his own e-wallet. He will write it his Emirates ID, for example, his personal information, and he can choose the candidate. Since he will save it and finish the process, done. So few minutes, we can get the results. After that, we send for create the certificate also built in the certificate in the blockchain. So there is no objections at all. This is the power and beauty of blockchain. And also we have nowadays a MOU with BSV Foundation. They will build us a system for 4 or 5 services. We have thousands of certificates. We will build it in the blockchains, and the verification will be just 1 click. That's it.
So we have so far talked about the future. As you know, the road to the future sometimes is a little bit bumpy. There's no straight road. So I want the perspective from our thought leaders. What do they consider to be the best chances for success? So what do you need to bring along with you for the ride to be successful in using or building the future based on metaverse, DAO, NFT, DeFi, blockchain, and all these new technologies? What are the key ingredients that may make your road either bumpy or successful?
First on that list is always going to be friendly jurisdictions. I'm probably not going to be too popular by saying this, but the truth is every market that's regulated has regulated themselves out of the market. I've been a part of this industry and regulation in a variety of markets. Every hotspot that has been crypto-friendly, if you can name from Malta to the markets in Eastern Europe that basically started with the Estonian crypto licenses for the exchanges, every single market that's regulated has regulated themselves out of the market. And the reason why is because the technology shifts so fast, and anyone who is a regulator understands that when you have law, you have to stick to the letter of the law. And unfortunately, you can't predict what the technology is going to do 6 months from now. So if you'd have regulated last year, everything that's coming forward this year in the metaverse is going to be brand new for you. And it'll take you a while to catch up, and by that time, You know, entrepreneurs we move with our feet. Like the majority of us are here from other markets. So, and the reason why is because there's no taxes here, and it's because it still has relatively friendly jurisdictions because they're not sticking to regulations that, you know, would adhere you. And it's not because entrepreneurs in this space are looking to break the law, it's because the laws themselves are difficult to adhere to with new technologies. Second is going to be no taxes. You know, there's a lot of people that, you know, think that, you know, the taxation issue is like, how do the governments make money off of these issues? Dubai is a prime example of that. Dubai doesn't tax. Dubai is a flourishing economy because of the business it attracts. So if you keep the taxes either at zero or very close to zero, you're going to be attracted to entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurs are going to go there. We live in a world where the internet connects us and where we don't have to be in a certain market anymore to attract capital, to attract intellectual capital, or to attract any kind of labor or talent because of the internet, right? So it used to be that if you had this idea in technology, you had to be in San Francisco. And if you wasn't in San Francisco, you know, VCs wouldn't look at you, bottom line. It's not the same no more. In fact, the majority of the VCs are moving out of San Francisco, right? The majority of them moving to Puerto Rico, ironically. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that, and I'm not against all regulation. I think that regulation is important to an extent, but I think it should have a lot of pivots involved in it to be able to potentially move forward in the future. The third, and actually the most important, the reason why each and every last one of us are in this room is through education, right? So everyone who got into crypto to this day in this world got into it because they learned about it, they were educated about it, not because they were regulated by it. So education has to be flourishing, and it has to be prevalent, and it has to give the public something to understand and inviting and easy access. And then the fourth and the most important is going to be solid, sound leaders that have good moral principles that actually want to bring value to the world and not extract value from it. I think if you have a combination of those four things, then the market will flourish, and that will happen regardless of where it is in the world. There are so many countries out there that are dying for the kind of attention that, for instance, the UAE has exhibited over the past 2 years by attracting all these entrepreneurs. So if another market, you know, if this, you know, or any other market over-regulates themselves out of the market, we'll just all go there. And it's happened various times throughout the history of crypto, and it'll continue to happen as times flourish.
He brought some interesting points. Obviously, education and ethics, I think, are close to my heart because they're quite important. It allows you to do the right thing and use the knowledge to do the right thing. Two interesting points. One was taxation. I think we have two extremes. We have Portugal as example, with also zero taxation on blockchain and crypto, and of course UAE and many others. And then we have India that just passed some rules or in the process of 30% taxation on every blockchain transaction. So these two extremes, very, very...
All that's going to do is increase the flights from India to Dubai.
Yeah, so the flight of resources, I think it's going to be like a tsunami, not a river, correct. Yes, the second one is regulatory. I do agree that regulation is always behind schedule, just because, you know, they're slow and technology moves so fast. But there is a middle ground, and I found some countries have adopted this. One is here in the GCC, which is Bahrain. Actually, I always say Bahrain, but they have what's called the regulatory sandbox. And I think sandboxes are kind of a variation. Okay, we don't regulate it right away. We let you experiment. If it's successful, we'll pass the laws that match the new tech that you brought in. So it gives a little bit more flexibility. Of course, there's some control. You cannot do everything. It's not the Far West. So, Valentin, your thoughts on the topic of what you consider your ingredients for moving into this new frontier?
So, from a startup's perspective, it's still about protocols. So, and then it's, I will tell a few cases which I see based on our 300 launches. So as the CEO of La Token, so I saw 300 launches and almost 1,000 tokens which were listed on secondary market. So we are one of the largest players in the primary market. And of course, it's protocol tokens. It's about automation of anything which is related for transaction business, for currency and financial services like lending protocols, DEXs, and yield farming. Then there are some new segments like farming on liquidity, LP tokens, right? Then synthetics, derivatives. So there are some trends, like DEXs are trending, then DEXs with derivatives. And then there are investors who invest into this and bring their network effects. So this is the second ingredient. Get the right investors who bring their network effect. They have partners with influencers, with other protocols, so you can immediately integrate with them and they share their liquidity. And this can bring institutional money, family offices money into these protocols. So this is still a major driver of success in all of the tokens which have billions in value, which were launched within the last 2 years. With some exception with game tokens, right? They are all about the DeFi, which is backed by investors bringing the network effects. So then I see the game tokens traction when you have a scalable machine to acquire gamers who are rewarded for their very basic gaming activity, and there are farmers, game farmers, who organize the groups of people to farm the money, and they work as a machine to acquire users into this game. That's how Axie token with SLP token with a Ronin wallet acquired more users in Philippines than entire the banking system with their credit cards. So that's just in 6 months. Bam! There are more users for Ronin wallet than their financial banking system, credit card system acquired for the last 50 years. And then their next use case is look into the Terra IoT success case. So there's 5G example. There's a merchant who wants to sell 5G equipment, right? And this is upgrade of this mobile internet connection to transfer terabytes in a second. But it works just for a limited space, like 100 meters. It's like Wi-Fi. So you need a lot of merchants who hold and serve these devices. And then they have a problem of payments. How users will pay to them? You have so many providers of these 5G spots. All of them need some way to get paid. And then the token based on Terra is a solution. So in order to buy this 5G device, you should open a wallet and which will enable you to get cash from those who use your 5G device. This can be driver who just drive it through your home and then get some terabytes from you or megabytes, and he should pay in a token of this supplier, seller of these 5G devices. And this looks like a bigger next things. Then Gary token. So we were one of the private placement partners for them. I personally invested. This is TikTok of India. Gary token is 100 million users. And they start to pay with Gary token. They will launch it. So imagine TikTok where you get paid with viewers, with some activities, with a token. And then you use this token to pay for some other services. They start to integrate with exchanges. So we are integrating with them so their users can withdraw money, exchange Gary token to their local currency, to Indian rupee, and they pay their bills. That's the plan, not yet working. But this example of which looks really is successful. So think about the current trending topics, add something on top of that to have your niche, right? So you can win this niche, then get the funds which can bring network effects. This is a success formula for now, but it's constantly evolving. I see very new variations.
So we have innovative business models, that help enhance the approach. We have also obviously new terminology that you have to learn, liquidity pools, and also maybe launchpad, because it's the way a lot of projects get launched today in digital or asset exchanges. So Thibaut, back to you on your road to innovative success. What are you consider your critical elements to achieve this success?
You know, there are some key elements that are being solved by the industry. You know, the so-called and famous scalability and interoperability problems are being solved. I'm not the most techie, person of that assembly, but it's being solved by the industry. Every month, every week, there are new solutions. That in that room, there are at least 20 people solving those issues right now. And the big problem, as Pedro said, is the regulation. I'm a lawyer by profession, so of course I have a lot of focus on it. And it's super difficult to summarize what's going on with the regulation. What I can say is the following ones. Again, I'm speaking like a lawyer, trying to be organized. Sorry for this. First is that the regulation works today only when the states can catch a bridge which is a bridge between crypto and fiat, right? That's a fact. So you regulate the exchanges, the exchange platforms, because they are the bridge between crypto and fiat. Then the governments can catch it. But today, the governments do not interact. And if there are exceptions, don't say please Salvador, because that's not an exception. And the governments do not interact with the DeFi, which is the real problem today. Problem is not the exchanges. They are they can be regulated because they are like banks, basically. The problem is DeFi. How can you regulate DeFi if you do not interact with DeFi? Governments do not interact with DeFi. What do I mean by interact? Is first, they do not accept payment of taxes in crypto. It's a big problem if you want to regulate something which is decentralized and you accept only to pay the taxes, assuming taxes must be paid. That's another debate. And only in fiat doesn't work with DeFi, doesn't work. And second thing is that, okay, but shall I make KYC, the famous KYC, identification mandatory? And then you have two violently opposed camps. On one side, say, are you out of your mind on DeFi to be, this is decentralized, guys, no identification. And the government will say, are you nuts? Are you out of your mind? Because you think that I will let an entire ecosystem, doing commerce, business, etc., and finance without any identification? You are completely mad. So the only solution here is to come up with the so-called self-sovereign identity. And it's just an experiment here and there, the so-called self-sovereign identity, where you can allow some identification, but you control your data first through your wallet and the level of identification that you allow in certain conditions. And that's exactly what we are seeing with the famous CBDCs, where you have that exactly the debate. Is CBDCs, you are lunatic, because governments with CBDCs, they will control everyone. And then you need to come up with levels of KYC, levels of privacy, etc. And we are not there yet at all. Governments are stuck in their legacy system where they see only taxes be paying in fiat. That's all they see. It will not work. No, at the end of the day, it's going to be hide-and-seek play for forever. Parts of that ecosystem will never accept to be regulated. That's another truth that we need to admit. But if we want to be part of that ecosystem, to be regulated in a fair way, and with the interaction of governments, you need to pay taxes in cryptos, guys, and you need to have decentralized identity. That's it.
So some new important concepts, how to pay taxes in DeFi. I think India fixed it.
Move to Puerto Rico.
You put it in a smart contract. I'm not sure if it's going to work, but
move to Puerto Rico, no taxes. Act 22, zero cap gains. Move to Puerto Rico, taxes are solved.
Okay, solution: move to Puerto Rico or to Dubai. So for now, Other important aspect was how to regulate DeFi. I think it's very difficult because it's in the blockchain. I think Europe is trying. You know, there's been a few papers published in ENISA and in the European Parliament, and there's one doctor working very hard at that. I don't think they have yet found the solution, but I think a lot of work is being done in this area, so I invite you to have a look. It's some Dr. Greek. I'll find his name. It's easy in my mobile somewhere. So back to you, Anne. What is your recipe for enabling all these technologies to be successful?
Move to Kesha. Actually, all these people who are with DeFi, they just came to Kesha because of this. We are also offering high interest on your deposits in more than 22 currencies. So for Bitcoin, for example, it's 12% a year, and for USDT, it's 24% a year. So there is always a solution for each problem. So also Kesha, this is what is solved, because the ultimate goal is to convert this crypto into fiat, right? This is the ultimate purpose of having crypto. Yes, it's a bridge, exactly.
Okay, so for on here, the solution is Kasha, or correct? Kasha. Okay, well, Kasha means different things in different languages. I think in Russian it means food or something, but I'll leave it at that. Dr. Syed Al-Emari, what is your, I think Emirates is quite always innovative with these technologies. They learn, they absorb. And so what do you think is the little ingredients for the magic to succeed?
I believe that UAE steps a huge step about when they regulated their cryptocurrency with limited regulation and terms. I think this is the best regulation in the Middle East and North Africa. And then maybe it looks so close to some countries like Estonia, for example. And the good thing, the UAE government tried to step up with the new technology, but at the same time had to give opportunity for the projects like Sandbox. For example, when the cryptocurrency exchanges came here, or like Binance and others, okay, give them a license or approvals with the Sandbox to see what's going on. And also, the UAE government deal with experienced companies like CV Labs and Zook in Switzerland to write it down, the regulations. So it is a huge steps. At the same time, they are big fan and encourages the technology of the blockchain. We understand that the problem with the DeFi and cryptocurrency, this is a critical thing because it's belong for the government and central banks as well. The problem is it's open it, everybody, he can transfer his wealth to the cryptocurrency. After that, if he lose, what can he do? The problem when the El Salvador now, when the prices of the cryptocurrency and Bitcoin is up, everybody is cheering for this president. When he coming down, they said, oh my God, I lose my worth, and it's a bad decision. So this is critical thing. If it is cryptocurrency, it is stable, we can understand that, okay, why the government not adopt it. But on the other hand, we have another thing. We have the blockchain world. We have the, for example, the NFT field. We have the metaverse. And this is a huge opportunity in the future. So we have to wait till we find out how to solve this issue about the cryptocurrency, the prices. If it is we find solution or bridge, as you said, I think the other countries, they can regulate it.
So you look at stable coin as something that is facilitated. By the way, the most popular digital
as
currency
a payment gateway, yes, exactly.
It's USDT, not Bitcoin, simply because if you're going to pay for a coffee, it's much easier to pay and know what you're going to pay for. I think we're slowly closing down, but what I would like to do is maybe invite every one of our panelists to maybe make one or two closing words about their wisdom to the audience, or maybe some actions for you to take home. I usually call this like homework, so when you go home, you took something from this conference.
Okay, we live in an unstable world. Every economy in the world is unstable. U.S. economy is probably the world-leading unstable economy, which most people think is the most stable economy. Proof of that is that a majority of the stable coins are pegged to the U.S. dollar, and if I'm not mistaken, the UAE currency is pegged 3.6721 to the U.S. dollar as well. Stable coins, to me, represent a big danger moving forward as we watch the collapse of fiat currencies around the world. And when this happens almost overnight. Proof of that is what happened in Venezuela. I used to own a bakery in Miami. 2 of my employees owned 5 bakeries apiece. Well, one of them owned 5 bakeries, the other owned 2 bakeries apiece in Venezuela. Overnight, they own nothing. This happens overnight. Deflation happens overnight. Is happening in Lebanon right now as well. So when these stable coins that are pegged to these fiat currencies, when the fiat currencies collapse, the stable coins that are pegged to them will collapse as well. So everyone that thinks the stable coins are a hedge against the volatility of, say, Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies, we'll see what happens as these stable coins start to collapse. The US right now has printed almost 30% of all the circulating currency in the past 18 months, and this is a huge problem for inflation. The US right now is also overspending on wars all over the place, and we don't need to get into the politics about it, but they're not producing. They're not producing like they used to. It used to be when I'm 42 years old, when I was a child, the US was a world leader in a ton of fields. The only fields that the US is a world leader in right now is weapons and healthcare. Outside of that, the US has lost its leadership everywhere else. Trust me, I know, because all the world leading entrepreneurs in the United States go elsewhere to provide their inventions. So the truth of the matter is that we must look at, other alternative forms of hedging your bets. You look at what's going on right now in Canada. If you're not paying attention to what's going on in Canada right now, the Canadian government is about to order the freeze and the hold of the bank accounts of all the truckers that are doing the blockade to stop the mandates. They're going to seize their assets. So whatever money that they have in the banks, and this is not going to stop in Canada. This is going to start in Canada. It's going to go to other places. So my advice to everyone is to get educated about what's going on with digital currencies and digital assets and understanding why decentralization is important. Understand the difference between decentralized currencies and centralized currencies, and understand how decentralized currencies work, and the fact that there is no intermediary and no one can hold your assets, no one can freeze your assets but you. This is going to be key into the new world as we transition to new economy. There's going to be a ton of transition over the course of the next 10 to 15 years, and the world is not as stable, as safe as people think it is, because we live in an inflationary economy that's built on nothing, really, hot air. So from that perspective, I would encourage everyone to learn about decentralization, understand why decentralized blockchains are relevant, and centralized blockchains are basically just fluff. So if you don't understand the difference between the two, feel free to come see me. I'll sit down and have some educational conversations with you, and hopefully give you a better understanding of how you can hedge your assets and hedge your risk, and also position yourself to benefit from this transition. Because as this happens, as these assets drop to the floor, Bitcoin is going to rise to the moon.
Some interesting thoughts here. Decentralized, be your own bank. Actually, there's a good friend of mine just moved to Portugal. His name is Taitu. Maybe you also know him very well. Long hair guy. Living on the BI, maybe Canada, I don't know. When he got involved in this, he took his entire house and his family and he put it all in Bitcoin. At the time he did it, I think his house was 300 or 200 Bitcoin. This was like maybe 2016. Then with a few years later, he could buy the same house for 100 Bitcoin, then 50. Today he can buy the same house for 2-point-something Bitcoin. So it's kind of an interesting numbers. But to say the same thing can happen. You want to buy a Tesla a few years back, that would have cost you a whole bundle. But now I think we're down to also 1 or 2 Bitcoins. So it's a big revolution as we go. So Valentin, your thoughts?
Yeah, so as a founder of major launchpad, so my advice to our founders, have your endurance to build accumulated advantage. And you will have to endure a lot of volatility, a lot of problems, market problems, company problems. Remember a few things. So I also was a hedge fund manager, and I see here is a big value creation. So first of all, there's a bigger changes each 10 to 15 years on the value creation side. So if you look into the top list of companies by market capitalization, you will find only one company which was there 15 years ago. It's Microsoft. All of the other companies are new companies, internet companies, and they were born after or during dot-com bubble, right? Not all of them, some of them were born later, like Facebook. And so remember this. So in 10 years, there will be very different companies on top of the capitalization list. And most of these companies will be blockchain companies. And remaining companies will use blockchain somehow, right? So remember this. Why? Because the blockchain solves a very big pain, this property right problem. It's this really dramatically change everything, this solution, right? So kind of, if you started here, do not give up. So find a way how you can attach to existing products which have traction, how you can attach your expertise, your knowledge of the market's microstructure, client pain, find a way, right? And survive cycles, survive volatility. And eventually, you will have a very big advantage, accumulated advantage to build next big things on top of this technology.
So be strong, be endurant. Sorry? No, you said be strong, so mean endurance.
Yes, in short, be
so if you're a startup, you know, build up some muscle. It's a long ride as we go towards being a successful business, or sometimes we call this in our business unicorns, but also unicorns today use some blockchain in some form. Actually, this is interesting because yesterday we had a discussion in EcoX and some people came to see me at the end of the day and says, oh, we are an e-commerce organization. And I said, where do you use blockchain? I said, we don't use any blockchain. I said, why not? So I suggested to them maybe go back into redesign or include something into their ecosystem. So back to Thibaut. Thibaut, what is your final words of wisdom?
I appreciate what you said, Pedro, and I would like to bounce back because, you know, that's a thought I had over the last month, or if not years, when we decided to design our own stable coin for the football economy. It's a question I ask myself, is that we are pegged to a basket of currencies. And, you know, I've been teaching monetary theory in the business school for years. And believe me, the financial and monetary system today is the biggest Ponzi scheme ever. That's the truth. Let's face it. That's the truth. If there's one Ponzi scheme in the world, that's the monetary system, how it works, which is based on nothing. It's the money is made of thin air. It's magic money created by central banks, distributed by commercial banks that are just writing a line of code in their IT system when they are making loans. That's it. There's nothing, absolutely nothing in a monetary system which is backed by something. So it's a Ponzi scheme. So I know it, and it can collapse at any time. So let's say that a basket of currencies is better than just one currency like dollar. It's not enough to guarantee a stability, but there are also other questions to be taken into consideration in the short term. Regulations are among them because it's not that easy to design a purely crypto stablecoin today, and also reputation. If you want to come up with today a stablecoin which is adopted or accepted by governments, Qatar World Cup, you know, we are linked to the football ecosystem, so we need to be present in Qatar. If you come up with a crypto-backed stablecoin, just forget about it. So step by step. I concur with your analysis, but you don't come up with such a revolution like this, step by step.
So basket?
There is actually one metric that I think is safe for stable coins. How many people in here know what the Big Mac index is? The Big Mac index is what shows the true power of your currency in whatever country you're in. As crazy as it sounds, literally the Big Mac from McDonald's. If you don't believe me, Google it. The Big Mac index shows how powerful the currency that you hold, purchasing power is in whatever currency, in whatever country there is. So I think that there is potential, and we've discussed this with some of my partners in Puerto Rico, of creating a stable coin to the Big Mac index, and that would basically be, you know, and it would basically be buoyant. As opposed to be stable, it would be buoyant, a buoyant coin, which you'll start to see buoyancy coins coming forward in the future as some of us are starting to create.
Interesting aspect about Bitcoin index was one Big Mac. When it got introduced in the Soviet Union, it was actually introduced by Canadians in the Soviet Union. They went and they planted the potatoes and many other things. It's a whole ecosystem. But the story was not that. The story is that people had to work almost a month or a month and a half to buy one single Big Mac. And they used to make lineups on the street, almost like the way people do for iPhones today. You know, they kind of camp outside the iPhone lunch. But they were doing this for Big Macs. But the salary that they had to earn was so substantial that, you know, the value of the currency worldwide at that time was quite devalued, you can say. Back to you, Anne. Beyond Kasha, give us some nuggets.
You should everyone before investing should learn about the projects and the teams and everything that's behind the coin, even if it's stable or not. So this is the first advice that I could give to someone. If the project is legit and it has like big chances to grow.
Team, so that means you need to be visible in the projects. You need to have a good project plan. Doctor?
I believe
Syed.
that we still in early stage in the blockchain world. I advise the people to really specify and just pick one field in the blockchain. He can't cover everything. For example, if you are a gamer, just focus on metaverse and GameFi. If you are a lawyer, you have to focus on regulation, for example. Okay, if you are a trader, you're a trader, because it's a huge world and you can't cover it all. And the power of the blockchain, it will be continuous. And I think the cryptocurrency issue, one day it will be solved, and maybe Mr. Pedro will be happy about that, if it's stable coin or not.
Make no mistake about it, I love my life. I'm happy as shit.
Actually, it's some other middle ground. Maybe it's an asset backed. That asset could be potentially Bitcoin, but maybe it's the thing on that table, or gold, or silver, or diamonds. It's whatever you accept as a community, what you think you consider valuable. So if you associate those coins or tokens or digital assets with something that has value and has some stability associated with it, could be real estate, then over time, your value will get protected. I want to, I guess, do a very special thank you to the people that spent the last 20, 30 minutes here with me, the effort that they put into it, and the thoughts that they bring to you to take home today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Photo? It's mandatory. NFT now.
NFT?
I want to make sure I get this correct because I'm very bad with names. Okay, we have two speakers remaining, so let me make sure I get them correct. One is Mr. Pekka Kelka. Where is Pekka? I'm here. There you are. Okay, he's ready, getting mic'd up. Make sure you bring enough batteries. I had a chance of meeting Pekka quite a few times when we started EcoX almost 4 years ago. He has been a regular attendee and thought leader as well. So being the CEO of Vertex-Events-Dubai in MENA, he has seen the evolution, a lot of these innovative digital assets. So I'm sure Pekka will give you some insights into his experience, both locally, internationally, all the way down to China, I think. Please, come up. Floor is yours.
Thank you, George. Wow, what a day so far. We're a little bit late, but we don't mind. We're here because of one particular thing, which is this great technology and the community everybody's building. So is it possible to get the slideshows on? So I gave them to you in the morning, like quite many hours ago. Okay, meanwhile we are doing this, actually the presentation, which is probably the last of the day, maybe there's one left after this one, but what you're going to experience now is it's unique and it's remarkable, and it's the first one in the world actually. So it's going to be a launching discussions and introductions. Yeah, let's do some dancing. Story about what? Yeah, story about blockchain, right? There was this guy, Satoshi Nakamoto. Yeah. I just got news from the technical team that internet is slow, so we need to have decentralized internet to get this working, right? Well, let's see. Let's wait for that. George is developing one already. Well, we need satellite, yes. want to go there and see if I can change it tomorrow? You got it now? Well, we just need to wait a little bit. Sorry? So what's next one? And if I'll go back? The red one. Hello, everyone. Before I will leave George to say the final words, please come tomorrow because it's going to be a great, great announcement, the launch, a very unique NFT marketplace, which is first in the world. The strategy is unbelievable. You should come here, take your friends and family with you. Tomorrow, be here.
Okay, I just want to apologize on 2 or 3 things. I mean, one is I think we started very late this morning, I think 1 hour and a half. As a result, I think some people got bumped, and at the end there were some technical struggles downloading the presentation. So what we will do is we will move the presentation on Art Noor to tomorrow morning. The schedule for tomorrow is 10 o'clock. Let's say by 10:15 we'll start instead of 11, because there's no longer any protocol or associated with the event tomorrow. So we can easily accommodate 2 extra presentations within a single day and still finish on time. I thank you, those that stayed this long. I think some are outside, but you know, it's always proud to see people that stay until the end, because it's hard, it's been a long day. I hope you learn some new strategies or some new approaches to potentially incorporate them in your projects in the usage of blockchain or blockchain-related technology. Or sometimes it's a mixture of technologies, like Metaverse has been with us for quite a long time, but now it's being incorporated into blockchain, or allow payments directly in the Metaverse. I think other technologies are combining several of them, although there's not on the list. One, for example, is Gamify, which is a technology that is combining gaming, NFTs, Metaverse, and DeFi protocols all into one. I think the early projects are still experiments, but I think it's a step in the right direction. There's some interesting projects, for example, that are combining both artificial intelligence and decentralized blockchains together. And some of them are actually being done in Africa, in places like Addis Ababa. And these particular projects involve, for example, the people that have built Sophia, the robot, as well as the blockchain that is developed by Charles Hoskinson. So there's a lot of interesting work being done. So what I want to do is to definitely invite you to join us tomorrow. We have interesting program, both from a technology perspective, but also from the artists that join us. And I think combining blockchain and art together gives us a little bit of a fresh look on the projects that we're doing. So I thank you, and I appreciate your attendance and your participation. And I think, like Valentin said, your perseverance. So you may not run a startup, but I think we appreciate that as well. So thank you very much. Have a good evening, and see you outside for some coffee or drinks. Thank you.